This afternoon, we celebrate the homecoming of a champion. We gave them a piece of our hearts, and they gladly accepted. We believed and pushed and prodded our heroes to Herculean heights. We rose and fell as one, men of unique talent, a city with a unique soul locked together forever. Come with us now and remember the majesty of fall and the eternal hope of spring. The National League champions begin defense of their turf, their title, next. It is a scene straight off a picture postcard. We're live at Veterans Stadium, the homecoming of a champion. The Philadelphia Phillies seized the hearts of the city in the fall of 1993. This afternoon they open against the Colorado Rockies, and we look back and look ahead. In right field, the discs talk of the titles before. A new one will be unveiled this afternoon. And hi again, everybody. I'm Larry Rosen. Welcome to the turf here at Veterans Stadium for the first of our 40 exclusive telecasts of the 1994 Philadelphia Phillies. This afternoon, we will celebrate the championship with rings, with banners, and much, much more. We also have the Philadelphia family feeling here in the ballpark today. We've got a new member of our family on the Prism crew, both literally and figuratively. His name is Todd Callis. He's with the venerable Chris Wheeler as we bring in our broadcast crew for 94. Gentlemen.
All right, Larry, thank you very much, and welcome to our first Prism telecast of this new season. And it is my pleasure also to welcome a very good friend, a guy I've known since he was a little kid wandering around this ballpark. Todd Callis, welcome to the telecast.
All right, Wheels, I'm really looking forward to it. A lot of firsts, as you said. My first Prism telecast. First time Prism has had the home opener, which is exciting. And for the first time after over 1,000 games that I've watched baseball here in the vet, I get paid to watch the Phillies. It should be a great year. I can't wait for it to start.
And a great day today. As Larry mentioned, there's all kinds of neat things going to happen down on that field, and we're going to bring them to you. And we're going to start right now by sending you back down to the field where Larry Rosen has a very special guest.
Indeed, a very special guest and a very happy man. We're with Phillies president Bill Giles. And Bill, thanks for taking a couple of moments. What's your role today?
My role is to hand out with President Bill White the 1993 National League Championship rings.
These are the moments that a baseball guy lives for?
You're definitely right about that, because it was such a...
One of the best things about this group is you were able to largely keep the nucleus together. Not an easy decision financially or spiritually, really, in the world of baseball right now.
Well, we don't want to lose any of these guys if we can help it. We had to lose Mulholland for a couple of reasons, but the basic team is back, and now with Kruk in the lineup today, hopefully we'll start scoring some more runs.
Have you talked to the Krucker? He's thrilled to be here, obviously.
I talked to him Friday. I did not talk to him today.
But he's happy and he's ready to go?
He's raring to go.
And so is Bill Giles, who will take care of the ring presentation. He's already got his on. That's the way the boss works. Thanks for stopping by, and we will come back live on the turf at Veterans Stadium for the championship rings, the banner, a special video tribute to the 1993 Phillies. That and much more coming up on Phillies First Pitch. Stay tuned, everybody. Phillies First Pitch is brought to you by your Quality Plus Ford dealer, who invites you to test drive the brand new 1994 Mustang convertible. And by Cub Cadet, where quality is a driving force.
It's back. It's better. It's the third annual Great American Ford Sales Event at your Quality Plus Ford dealer with a great deal on America's #1 truck. Drive an F-150 for just $229 per month, the lowest payment of the year. Now with a driver's side airbag standard. See your Quality Plus Ford dealer and test drive the all-new Windstar and receive 12 movie rentals from Blockbuster Video. See your local newspaper for all details. Hurry, your Quality Plus Ford dealer's Great American Sales Event ends soon.
While a lot of well-known tractor makers are working hard to
make it cheaper. Yes, Chief.
Cub Cadet took a different approach for our new Series 2000 line. We didn't.
Use cheaper parts. Yes, Chief.
Instead, we built our tractors with shaft drive and over 50 new features in all 7 models for a well-engineered machine well within your budget. Cub Cadet didn't make a good tractor cheaper.
Now that's cheap. Yes, Chief.
We made the tractor better.
Think I'll buy it? Yes, Chief. Chief.
The Series 2000 line from Cub Cadet.
Mr. Wilson here? Doesn't Mr. Wilson get up real early?
Usually.
You know what I do? When my dad's asleep, he doesn't want to be.
Oh.
You have to play by their rules. You have to roll with the punches. You have to expect the unexpected.
Dennis the Menace.
If you love great music, you'll love Prism's new music special, SRO. It's legendary artists like B.B. King, Mel Torme, Grover Washington Jr., Smokey Robinson, and Marilyn McCoo, performing their greatest hits in concert from the stages of Atlantic City's hottest clubs. SRO, it means standing room only, but you've got a reserved seat every month right here on the new Prism, the channel with a better variety of entertainment.
Beautiful scene at Veterans Stadium. God Bless America provided by the All-Philadelphia Boys Choir. As the crowd continues to pour in for the home opener for the 1994 Phillies. Philadelphia Phillies have activated one John Kruk after his rehabilitation assignment in Reading, and he will indeed be in the starting lineup today, and he will clearly bring the house down when Kruk is able to take the field as the final Philly introduced to get his ring for the 1993 championship. As a housekeeping note, one Tom Marsh has been sent back to Scranton after his first week of work for the Philadelphia Phillies. As noted, a full house will be on hand. Standing for God Bless America, the Navy color guard throughout the outfield with the largest flag in America. A stirring rendition of God Bless America from the Philadelphia Boys Choir. 1993 was filled with so many special moments that we put together a special video tribute, if you will, a look at the 93 Phils. certainly the 60,000 on hand loved that, and the 25 guys in uniform loved it just as much as did the Philly fanatic. The fanatic delivering the championship ring and the 1993 championship disc, which will be unveiled above the visiting bullpen down the left field line. And that's what they play for, the National League Championship Trophy named for Warren Giles. And here is this piece of Philadelphia sports history. A small piece of immortality belongs to each and every member of the 1993 Philadelphia Phillies, all a part of the disc which will stand forever in Veterans Stadium. Now each of them will receive their championship rings at home plate.
Ladies and gentlemen, defending their 1993 National League Championship, let's meet the 1994 Phillies. He has averaged over 30 saves the last 6 years and finished 8th in the National League last year with 71 appearances for the Houston Astros. Number 23 pitcher Doug Jones. He made his major league debut last season with the New York Yankees, stranding 79% of his inherited runners. Number 35 pitcher Bobby Munoz. He led the Seattle Mariners last year with 18 saves, despite missing nearly the entire second half of the season because of surgery to his left elbow. Number 37, pitcher Norm Charlton. He was among the best in the Pacific Coast League in strikeouts and innings pitched last year for Tucson. Number 43, pitcher Jeff Juden.
One thing you notice different about the Phillies right now are those lids, huh?
New blue caps for all the day games here at the Met. First look for many people at the new Phillies blue hats to be worn in the 94 season. There goes Jeff Juden.
You know, if you come out right now and you're a major league player and you're being introduced this way, I would think you would want to get introduced the other way real soon.
A lot of incentive out there today with everybody else getting the rings and another new member, Heathcliff Slocum.
There's a couple guys who will be getting World Series rings shortly. Jim Eisenreich and Larry Anderson, who played huge part in the ball club last year.
All the people along the 200 level are standing as Lee Thomas is introduced.
Well, guys, what great to see ovations for Bill Giles and Lee Thomas, and of course Jim Fregosi. It's great moments for the front office as well.
Yeah, this is a magic day, Larry. Now it's officially started with the rings being passed out. Comes a guy out right now that sometimes isn't really appreciated in this town, but he's getting a heck of an ovation right now. What a job Jim Fregosi did with his baseball team last year. That's nice. People on their feet for Fregosi, and really deserves it.
pitcher, number 27, Danny Jackson.
They talked to Danny Jackson and Johnny Padres before the game and asked did they want to be down here in the ceremony, and Danny wanted to go out and warm up. He just decided it would be better for him to be out in the bullpen warming up at this point and Johnny to be out there with him, so they'll get their rings later.
Always a tough day for a starting pitcher anyhow when you have an opener, and especially when there's extra ceremonies. You're not quite sure exactly if you're going to get that starting time pinpointed. Danny Jackson just wants to make sure he's ready to go.
Now they're going to induce some of the support personnel who are very, very important to the baseball team. That's a Phillies equipment manager right there, Frank Koppenbarger, who takes care of all the uniforms and a real unsung hero around the ball club. And Pete Serra, who's been around forever. Petey, I think, has been with the Phillies for 50 years. And Joey Dunn. And that's Jeff Cooper, who's the Phillies head trainer, along with his assistant Mark Anderson. Those two trainers.
Followed by a very busy man this spring.
Too busy.
Dr. Philip Marone.
Yeah, Jim Fregosi said Dr. Marone's a guy who cut the squad this year. No introduction necessary there. He has a few of these.
Yes, he does. Responsible for a few of the discs you see around the Veterans Stadium walls these days. Now have a total of 8 discs.
That's Mike Ryan, who serves as the Phillies bullpen coach.
When we talked about incentive, there's incentive on 2 different levels. The incentive for the new guys to get to where the Phillies were last year, and the incentive for these guys to take it to that final step and get World Series championship ring.
Yep. Dennis Menke, he's a hitting coach. Jim Fregosi's staff intact from last year, of course. Johnny Vuk. John Vukovic has a 1980 World Series ring and serves as Jim Fregosi's bench coach, and they are very close, those two. This has to be a thrill. Todd,
Yeah.
Mel Roberts.
Oh, yeah.
Abington High School.
Long time in the minor leagues, and now he gets a National League, Major League championship ring. He'll display that one proudly.
Now, it's amazing, guys, to see the rest of the team as Kim Batiste comes on out. So into it. You know, we think that they might all have Danny Jackson's perspective. Let's get it over and get the game started. But these guys pumping each other on the shoulders, making fun of Mel and Larry Boa and the non-playing personnel that came out, lining up to accept this moment of a lifetime, really, for a player.
So true, Larry. You know, a lot of them never have this opportunity. They'll never make this walk out to get one of those championship rings. And, you know, it's a moment you have to savor.
And the last guy to come out and sit on the bench, one John Kruk. And he will bring the house down shortly when the Krucker is introduced.
Tony Longmire, who was on the active roster for the playoffs and World Series last year and has seen a little bit of spot duty so far this season, receiving his ring.
First Philly that has the matching blue wristband to go with the new blue hats. Most of the Phils are sticking with the red wristbands to go with the sleeves. There's Ricky Jordan.
Dan Baker just talking about his upper deck home run last year. Grand slam off the foul pole, thing we did here on Prism.
A lot of grand slams last year.
A lot of them. Big Ben Rivera had a good start the other day. in his game at Cincinnati. I think he could have a big year for him. Big hand for Kurt Schilling. What a postseason he had.
Last baseball memory here at the Vet was his masterpiece before the Phillies headed to Toronto, Game 5.
It's interesting, Todd, all these introductions are going on, and David West will be next. The Colorado Rockies, a lot of their players standing down there behind third base just watching. Howard Johnson is in there. He's one of them. And Howard Johnson has a World Series ring. There's some of the players from the dugout, and there's a lot of them out there behind third base on the field just watching this.
We talked about a lot of players never getting to this level. Certainly the Rockies have a young team. A lot of their players in their dugout and they're stretching out in the outfield have not won a championship. There's Mike Williams. He's not on an expansion team because he was protected a couple of years ago when the Rockies and Marlins were drafted. The Phillies are happy to have him.
Here's a guy who's about ready to go out on injury rehab. Wes's knee's feeling a lot better, and they're going to send him out after today and hope to get him back real soon.
Speaking of rehabs.
Here's another guy that'll be going out on a rehab, and the Phillies really want to get him back in their bullpen. A true character, Larry Anderson.
Giles and Lee Thomas, like yourself, laughing at the first sight of Larry Anderson.
It makes you laugh just when you look at him, because you never know what's coming.
Huge postseason.
Yeah, Roger did a great job for the Phillies last year to help get them to postseason, and a good job in postseason.
Still hasn't let up a run in the NLCS 3 years.
Tommy Greeny's having a little shoulder trouble, and the Phillies just hope he'll feel better real soon and get him back.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the starting lineup. Leading off, the only man in baseball history to lead the league in runs, at-bats, walks, hits. He's set, number 4, center fielder, the man who hit a memorable Grand Slam home run off Lee Smith last Mother's Day and hit an even more memorable slam to clinch the Eastern Division title in Pittsburgh. Number 7, second baseman, Mariano Duncan. Batting 4th, a man who reached career highs in runs, doubles, walks, and RBIs despite missing time because of surgery on his right hand. Number 15, third baseman Dave Hollins. Batting 5th, a two-time All-Star who has led the Phillies with his second consecutive 100 RBI season. Number 10, catcher Darren Daulton. the Phillies, striking out only 36 times in 394 plate appearances. He also knocked in 7 runs in the World Series. Number 8, right fielder Jim Eisenreich. Excellent defensive outfielder who made that memorable catch to steal away a grand slam in San Diego last year. Number 25, left fielder Milt Thompson. He joined the Phillies mid-season, solidifying the defense at shortstop, and what's more, hit .324. Number 19, shortstop Kevin Stocker. And batting third, a 3-time All-Star who hit .348 with 4 RBIs in the World Series. Welcome back, number 29, first baseman John Kruk.
On the field at Veterans Stadium, the Phillies to a man, applauding the return of John Kruk. We've got the Krucker story and much more as Phillies' first pitch continues in just a moment, live from Veterans Stadium.
It's back. It's better. It's the 3rd annual Great American Ford Sales Event at your Quality Plus Ford dealer with great savings on America's #1 compact pickup. For just $199 per month, drive a loaded Ford Ranger. Sporty, versatile, and fun to drive. Ranger beats the competition in quality. See your Quality Plus Ford dealer and test drive the all-new Windstar and receive 12 movie rentals from Blockbuster Video. See your local newspaper for all details. Hurry, your Quality Plus Ford dealer's Great American Sales Event ends soon.
The legends of the silver screen, guided by the great directors, captured in unforgettable performances in some of the finest films ever made. The kind of movies they just don't make anymore, with the kind of stars we may never see again. Classic films from the golden age of Hollywood, brought to you uncut, unedited, uninterrupted, and commercial-free. The Classic Film Collection, a part of the wide variety of films offered each and every month on the new Prism.
We're back before a sellout throng here at Veterans Stadium as we herald the arrival of the champions for 1994. And my, won't they be emotionally buoyed by the return of one John Kruk, fresh from cancer surgery and a rehabilitation assignment in Reading. This is John Kruk yesterday in Reading, Pennsylvania, where the umbrellas were. I'm sorry, this was today at 11:24 when John took the field for the first time in 1994 at Veterans Stadium. And John looks just like the John Kruk of old, joking with everyone on the field, just so happy to be back as part of the Philadelphia Phillies in 1994. We'll look at his Reading experience again. You set for the first pitch of 1994 live from the field at Veterans Stadium in just a moment. Stay tuned, everybody.
Steven Seagal is Mason Storm, a cop working undercover until his cover was blown.
Whoever that is, I don't want him to get an hour older.
They thought they'd seen the last of him, but Mason Mason Storm is hard to kill.
Mason! He's toast. You understand me?
Now, the climate is right for revenge.
We'll get him, buddy.
Every one of them.
We are going to put an end to violence.
Steven Seagal is hard to kill.
Looking for guarantees? How about Prism Kids? 90 minutes of commercial-free children's programming every Sunday morning. Superstar Sunday, today's top stars in today's top movies every Sunday night. The Great Sports Debate, the most outrageous sports talk on TV every Tuesday night. Baby Boomer Theater, great films from the 50s, 60s, and 70s every Wednesday night. Some channels offer one guarantee: we can't stop. Prism, satisfaction guaranteed. Everyone knows Prism has great movies and home team sports. But did you know Prism has other exclusive features like Live from Rafters, the hit music series spotlighting the region's fastest rising stars? SRO, a legendary assortment of performers caught live in Atlantic City. Prism Kids, 90 minutes of commercial-free fun for the whole family. And the Great Sports Debate, 1 hour of the most outrageous sports talk on TV. 4 terrific features you'll only see on one channel, right here on Prism.
And the biggest flag in America is being wrapped up for use on another day. We're back live at Veterans Stadium. The Philadelphia Phillies meet the Colorado Rockies in our home opener. It's coming up next. I'm Larry Rosen on the field, and as mentioned, the return of John Kruk certainly has buoyed this crowd and this team. Krucker, a couple of weeks ahead of schedule with just 1 or 2 more radiation treatments to complete his cancer treatment, but John is in the lineup and batting third. Fresh from a 3-day rehabilitation assignment just up the turnpike a bit in Reading, Pennsylvania, where John filled the park for 3 consecutive days. More than 7,500 people came on out on a rainy day yesterday to watch John Kruk in those old-time Phillies uniform, and the fans were lined up in force. Johnny got himself involved in the pregame festivities with some of the younger players, playing a little football, tackled by one John Zuber and David Fisher as the fans enjoyed the picture. His first at-bat, John grounded out weakly, but did indeed still get a large ovation from the Reading faithful. As the rain continued to fall, John continues his exercising. The Reading Phillies able to turn a lovely 4-6-3 double play. You see Krucker on the stretch. Looks just like the John Kruk we've come to know and love over the last 5 years. In his second at-bat, he struck out against a double-A pitcher. He was 0 for 3 in the game, but eventually wound up hitting .333 and came up just fine, thank you, in his 3-day rehabilitation assignment at Double-A Reading. This afternoon, our starting lineups for you coming up this way. Lenny Dykstra leading off. Mariano Duncan to bat second. John Kruk in his familiar spot at third. Dave Holland, the third baseman. Darren Dalton will catch. Jim Eisenreich and Milt Thompson, the lefty outfielders, along with Kevin Stocker and the starting pitcher, Danny Jackson. For the opposition Colorado Rockies, they'll come at you this way. Walt Weiss, Joe Girardi, Dante Bichette, Andres Galarraga, the former Philly Charlie Hayes, Ellis Burks, Howard Johnson, Roberto Mejia, and the pitcher Mike Harkey. That is the setup on the field. Stay tuned. We're coming back. The first pitch is moments away from Veterans Stadium. Philly's first pitch has been brought to you by Cub Cadet, where quality is a driving force, and by your Quality Plus Ford dealer, who invites you to test drive the brand new 1994 Mustang convertible.
It's back. It's better. It's the 3rd annual Great American Ford Sales Event at your Quality Plus Ford dealer with a great deal on America's #1 truck. Drive an F-150 for just $229 per month, the lowest payment of the year. Now with a driver's side airbag standard. See your Quality Plus Ford dealer and test drive the all-new Windstar and receive 12 movie rentals from Blockbuster Video. See your local newspaper for all details. Hurry, your Quality Plus Ford dealer's Great American Sales Event ends soon.
The most unexpected friendship of the season.
I gotta look out for Willie, and I gotta do what's best for him. Understand?
If we don't get Willie into water soon, he's gonna die. Nobody steals a whale.
We gotta hurry! He's not doing so good!
greatest adventure of the year. Free Willy.
The legends of the silver screen, guided by the great directors, captured in unforgettable performances in some of the finest films ever made. The kind of movies they just don't make anymore, with the kind of stars we may never see again. Classic films from the golden age of Hollywood, brought to you uncut, unedited, uninterrupted, and commercial-free. The Classic Film Collection, a part of the wide variety of films offered each and every month on the new Prism.
Before we get started, a couple things I'd like to go over in the budget.
Mr. President.
Yes?
I'm gonna kill him. You can't kill a president. He's not a president. He's an ordinary person. I can kill an ordinary person.
In a country where anybody can become president. Anybody just did.
We gotta go.
Kevin Kline, Sigourney Weaver.
Make a nice president, Dave.
Dave.
Okay, let's get back to work.
Whoa!
A scene from a baseball fan's dream. We're live on the field at Veterans Stadium to welcome home the champions. The Philadelphia Phillies have now taken possession of those championship rings. Today, they begin their home defense of the title against the Colorado Rockies. Hi again, everybody. I'm Larry Rosen here on the field. Around me, the Leapfrogs, the U.S. Navy paratroopers, are delivering the first ball. Despite winds of about 15 to 20 miles an hour, they've decided to give it a go. And to a man, the Phillies have lined up on the top step of the dugout to take a peek at those who are bringing their first ball to herald the beginning of our 40 exclusive telecast of Philadelphia Phillies baseball here on Prism. And what a scintillating ceremony it's been on the field. Most notably, of course, the presentation and the introduction of John Krug, back from cancer surgery, to take his rightful spot as the first baseman and the third hitter for the Philadelphia Phillies as they begin their home defense of the 1993 National League Championship. We're thrilled to join in our family the newest member. His name is Todd Callis. He'll have play-by-play this afternoon along with Chris Wheeler. Let's go upstairs for their thoughts as we get set for action. Gentlemen.
All right, thank you very much, Larry. Great job down on the field. It is indeed my pleasure to be a part of Prism Telecast this summer with Chris Wheeler and our buddy Gary Maddox waiting in the wings. I'm really looking forward to it. Wheels, what an exciting time down on the field. John Krug capping off a ring ceremony that had all the electricity before that.
I'll tell you, Todd, you know, I haven't seen every pitch of that season last year. You know, you lived it all winter and thought about it, but just to feel the reaction here in this stadium again, because the playoffs last year in the World Series, it was so electric here, and the season was so wonderful, and to see the way the players were reacting and having so much fun, that was a thrill. That was really a great time to watch that. And now it's over, and now they have to start thinking about this season, that they're 3-3 right now, and they had an okay first week of the season, and now they have to get down to business, play some good baseball again, because all that stuff doesn't mean anything after today.
Normally you're here 3-3 on a road trip and you're pretty excited about it, but in this case, having one of the three in Colorado where the Phils were handed some games, a little disappointing coming back 3-3.
I think so. You know, exactly. It's how you got there, right? If you came back and said you were 3-3 in your first trip, you say, oh, that's all right, you know. In fact, it was really 6 games you could have won, 6 games you could have lost on that road trip.
Crowd you hear is responding to the Leapfrogs, who are making their way into Veterans Stadium, adding to the excitement here on this home opener. We're proud to bring it to you on Prism for the very first time. A tandem coming into the stadium. It'll be Danny Jackson against Mike Harkey. Same matchup that we had not too long ago, Game 2 in Colorado.
And there they are. Mike Harkey, the right-hander who they got as a free agent from the Chicago Cubs. You see the numbers on him. He pitched to a no decision last week, as did Danny Jackson in a game that the Phillies won 7-5. They opposed each other last week. Danny Jackson had a fine season for the Phillies last year with 12 wins, might have had 15 or 16. The bullpen let a few get away on Jackson. Probably pitched the most pivotal game of postseason play in that game that he pitched against the Atlanta Braves at Atlanta.
What about John Kruk and what he means to the team coming back there? You see the dude, Lenny Dykstra, who had a big ovation. Probably just as big, though, was the return of the Krucker.
Yeah, well, I don't think there's any doubt about that, Todd. You know, just the feeling you got downstairs this morning knowing he was going to be back. He talked his way into the lineup today. I don't think it was that tough. I think Jim Fregosi and Lee Thomas just wanted to hear that he was okay and how much he wanted to play, and they were ready to put him back in the 3-hole, especially when you come off a 3-game losing streak. You have a tendency to want to get it back a little bit quicker.
What about his return? Is it going to be a little bit slow in terms of getting back to the 100% stamina-wise?
Well, I would think so, but you know, with him it's hard to tell when he's limping or sore, you know, because he does that all the time anyway. So Fregosi asked him if he would please tell him if he's having some problems, if there is any fatigue involved, if he should get out of there. And Kruk said, oh yeah, I will. Now Jimmy doesn't believe that for a second, so they'll watch him closely, and I think they'll be able to tell. But just having his presence back here today is very, very important as the Leapfrogs continue their act coming in here to Veterans Stadium, which is always pretty exciting.
Phillies enjoying it in their dugout as they look up. You see the blue caps. If you didn't hear earlier, that's going to be the standard wear for the Phils here on all day games, as they are pointing up at yet a remaining U.S. Navy paratrooper. They are called the Leapfrogs. Phillies and the Rockies getting ready to start this game. It'll be Mike Harkey against Danny Jackson. There you see what happened on the road trip and what we alluded to earlier. The Rockies series, a lot of runs. The Red Series, Phillies struggling a little bit at the plate.
Struggle that faced a lot better pitching, Todd, obviously, in Cincinnati, and a better defense.
Right.
And you're playing in a major league ballpark, too. Cincinnati, that's tough to play in Denver. A lot of weird things happen. You see the start that they're off to. They have the highest team earned run average in the league, and the bullpen has been a big, big problem for them. The Rockies have the highest team batting average, but their pitching has gotten them off to a 1-4 start.
And really, when you look at the Cincinnati series, we talked about being swept for the first time in over a year. But the one thing that's of slight concern is those are some games that last year you almost expected the Phillies to come back and win. They didn't quite get it done in Cincinnati. They did do the job against the Rockies, trailing in all those games at the end of 6 and winning all 3 of those. And the final trio of Leapfrogs have leapt from the plane and are now making their way down onto the field with the 1993 National League Championship banner in tow. And there it is. These fans have already had a lot to cheer about before this game has even started. But we're getting ready for the first pitch. When we come back, the starting lineups and the Phillies and the Rockies, the home opener right here on Prism TV.
Hello, is this Al's Towing? Yeah, I broke down just off the expressway. No, I don't know what the problem is. I just bought it last month. Yeah, it's used. Why? Look, just get here as soon as you can. Before I drown out here.
That you seemed really smart. He also said he thought you were really beautiful.
That's cool.
Yeah, I read black authors, you know. Wilt Chamberlain book changed my life.
Yo, it's a white man at the door.
Bye.
Tell her be home by midnight.
You have her back here by midnight.
Yeah.
Looking for guarantees? How about Prism Kids? 90 minutes of commercial-free children's programming every Sunday morning. Superstar Sunday, today's top stars in today's top movies every Sunday night. The Great Sports Debate, the most outrageous sports talk on TV every Tuesday night. Baby Boomer Theater, great films from the 50s, 60s, and 70s every Wednesday night. Some channels offer one guarantee: we can't stop. Prism, satisfaction guaranteed.
Opening day, the Phillies and the Colorado Rockies on Prism is brought to you by Budweiser, Beechwood Age for that crisp, clean, classic taste. By your local Sherwin-Williams paint stores. The pros know. Ask Sherwin-Williams, an official sponsor of Major League Baseball. By Bell Atlantic Yellow Pages. The Yellow Pages 9 out of 10 people use. The genuine Bell Atlantic Yellow Pages. By Cento. Trust your family with our family. By Coca-Cola. Always a hit, always Coca-Cola. By Mellon PSFS, the official bank of the Phillies. By the Pennsylvania State Lottery. Lottery proceeds benefit older Pennsylvanians. By Texaco, star of the American road. And by Independence Blue Cross and Pennsylvania Blue Shield. For 56 years, the health insurance you can lean on. Stay tuned, starting lineups are next.
It's a round world, genuine and true. It keeps on spinning and you always come through. And you're giving it your best. Proud to be your bud. Budweiser. Proud to be your bud. Proud to be your bud. Ooh, yeah. Proud to be proud to be your bud.
It's back. It's better. It's the third annual Great American Ford Sales Event at your Quality Plus Ford dealer with a great deal on America's #1 truck. Drive an F-150 for just $229 per month, the lowest payment of the year. Now with a driver's side airbag standard. See your Quality Plus Ford dealer and test drive the all-new Windstar and receive 12 movie rentals from Blockbuster Video. See your local newspaper for all details. Hurry, your Quality Plus Ford dealer's Great American Sales Event ends soon.
There's a new kind of energy around here. A company that can meet your energy needs well into the next century without building even one new plant, which means no large increase in the cost of your service. A company whose oil-fired generators will also run on natural gas. Another way to help keep your bill down. There's a new energy company around here and a new name. Pico Energy, focusing our energies on you.
Welcome back to Veterans Stadium, the home opener, the Phillies and the Rockies. Game 7 of this 1994 season. We'll take a look right now at the Sherwin-Williams Colorado Rockies lineup. Walt Weiss will lead off at shortstop. Joe Girardi, the catcher, batting second. Dante Bichette, Andres Galarraga, Charlie Hayes, the middle of the order. Ellis Burks in center field. Howard Johnson in left. Roberto Mejia at second. Mike Harkey on the mound.
And the Phillies defense. Here you see Milt Thompson, Lenny Dykstra, Jim Eisenreich, Dave Hollins at third, Kevin Stocker, Mariano Duncan, and the Crucker back at first. Aaron Dalton behind the plate. The starters, Danny Jackson.
The crowd's been revved up. We're ready to go. Danny Jackson against Walt Weiss. First pitch inside the vet in the 94 season is taken for a called strike, 0-1. Danny Jackson making his second start of the year. Those are the numbers from last year. 5th time in his career, 2nd time in a row, over 200 innings. Next pitch misses high and away. It's 1-1.
Danny pitched pretty well in the game last week in Colorado. He got nailed by Dante Bichette for a couple of home runs, one to right and one to left, and they were really hit. In that ballpark, a lot of them are cheapies. Those weren't.
Next pitch to Weiss, catches the inside corner. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Colorado's a ball club that's going to hit a lot. They're going to score a lot of runs. They have a lot of power, but they are just fair defensively, and Don Baylor knows he has problems with his pitching.
That's a good way to start off the home season for Danny Jackson. Swing and a miss from Walt Weiss.
Weiss coming into the game batting .429 right-handed too, and Danny Jackson strikes him out with a breaking ball.
To the umpire behind home plate, that's Steve Ripley. Jeff Kellogg's at first base, Terry Tata at second, and Eric Gregg over at third base. We'll have a conversation or two with the fans on the third base side.
Eric is happy to be here in the second week of the season. Gets to come home.
Kevin Stocker gets his first play of the day. The throw is low, and John Kruk cannot dig it out. throw is low. John Kruk probably thinks to himself that he's made that play in the past and he'll make it in the future, but not on this play.
And Stocker knows that he throws an easy ground ball away too. I mean, Kruk doesn't come up with it, but the shortstop threw it in the dirt. And Kevin knows he makes a mistake there off Joe Girardi. A catcher doesn't run all that well.
So Girardi lives on the Stocker error. He's there with one away, and the guy that did a lot of damage to Danny Jackson out in Colorado, Dante Bichette, steps to the plate. There you see his numbers on the year. The Rockies have 4 players in the first 6 in their lineup batting over 400, and yet they're 1-4.
They're dominating some offensive numbers in this league, but they're pitching with a 7+ earned run average. When you look at it, you say, well, I got to score 8 runs before you win a game. So they obviously have to do something about that. It hasn't been their starters necessarily either. It's been their bullpen.
Bichette's 4 home runs are tied for the National League lead. He and teammate Andres Galarraga and another expansion player from last year, Jeff Conine, off to a hot start in the home run department with 4 home runs. Joe Girardi being looked at first base. The next pitch is a called strike. 1 ball and 1 strike. There you see Danny Jackson. His numbers very good against Colorado in his career in 3 starts. He has 1 win, no losses, and a 2.18 ERA. 20 2/3 innings, only 5 earned runs against this team. 3 of them came off the bat of Bichette in Colorado. The next pitch to him is fouled out of play.
Bichette hits a lot of balls to right and right center with power. And in their ballpark, that's the long part of the park, but he will get extra base hits out of it because it's a long way down the right field line at Mile High Stadium, 370 feet. Left field, I mean, you hit pop-ups and they go out in that area.
Different mindset when you're on the mound in Mile High Stadium. Danny Jackson's first start was in that ballpark. There you see Girardi, the runner on first base. Swing and a miss, strike 3. That's 2 strikeouts, 2 outs for Danny Jackson.
Look on Galarraga as they try to get ahead of him and then see if he'll chase a high fastball or a breaking ball. This time they go after him with a high fastball and get him to go after it. Danny has pretty good fastball here in the first inning.
So he gets Dante Bichette. That's the 2nd out. Jackson picked up 6 strikeouts in 6 innings in his first start of the year. And here's Andres Galarraga.
Galarraga, who changed his stance a couple of years ago, is see how open he is now.
Pitches outside for a ball, 1-0.
Galarraga used to be very closed. He had a lot of problems. Don Baylor, when he was a coach with the Cardinals, opened him up. And then when Baylor came over here as manager with the Rockies, he brought Galarraga with him.
Galarraga hit over 300 his last 45 games in St. Louis after changing his stance, thanks to Baylor, who at the time was the hitting coach for the Cardinals.
And then won a batting title last year with a 370 average. There's Don Baylor.
He only hit 243 on the year for St. Louis, but 300 over the last 1/4 of the season. Says he doesn't expect 370 this year, but he hopes to be around 300 and improve his RBI total, which was a career high last year, 98. There's a line drive towards the gap in right center. It scoots on the wet turf all the way to the wall. Joe Girardi around third base. Don Zimmer waves him home. No throw, and the Rockies take a 1-0 lead on the RBI double off the bat of Andres Galarraga. That's 10 RBIs on the year for Galarraga, who leads the team. And the Rocks jump on top in the Phil's home opener in the top half of the first.
And Galarraga gets a pitch out over the plate. He loves the ball away from him, and it sits out there for him, and he whacks it into the alley in left center. 10th run batted in, as Todd mentioned, leads the league in runs batted in, does Galarraga, and is off to a great start.
He had the lead coming in. He adds to that lead with an RBI off Danny Jackson. It's 1-0, and here's Charlie Hayes. That will be an unearned run, but a run nonetheless, as Joe Girardi scores after reaching on an error.
You also get a feel for what the ball will do in the outfield. As you mentioned, Todd, the wet turf, a lot of rain yesterday and Sunday, or the day before on Saturday. Everything rained a little bit, and on Sunday. And the outfield is very, very wet. The infield's in good shape.
Charlie Hayes, the batter, struggling early, 2 for his first 23. Swing and a miss. The count's 1-1. Hayes also coming off a very big offensive season, like Galarraga and Dante Bichette. Charlie Hayes with big numbers last year. Hit .305, led the league in doubles with 45, drove in 98 runs. He and Galarraga tied an expansion team record for most RBIs in the inaugural season. Dante Bichette set an expansion record for most runs scored in their first year with 93. The former Philly takes outside for a ball. It's 2-1. That's why the Yankees didn't want to lose him. He went unprotected. Yankees feared that he would be taken, and he was swiped up in the first round early.
When Charlie was here, it was going to be between Charlie Hayes and Dave Hollins. The Phillies had to make a choice, and they went with Hollins. And Charlie's a good ball player.
Pitches up high for a ball, 3-1, and it actually has worked out for both sides. Charlie Hayes has found a home in Colorado. Dave Hollins here in Philadelphia.
Charlie's a good cripple sitter here too. At 3-1, he really looks for a fastball, and you have to keep the ball down on Charlie Hayes. He's a real good high ball hitter, kind of an uppercutter. There's Hollins.
Andres Galarraga, you see him in the bottom right corner of your screen. He has an RBI double on second. Here's the 3-1. Now the count runs full as Hayes fouls one back towards the 400 level here at the Vet. Beautiful day here for baseball. Temperature for an early to mid-April game couldn't be much better. We're in the low 60s, full house.
Very little wind too. The wind shouldn't play a big part in this game. The flags are blowing a little bit towards right field, which means the ball carry a little bit to left and left center.
Now the 3-2 offering. Danny Jackson to Charlie Hayes. That is popped up foul out of play. Although with these fans having spent the winter in Philadelphia, I guess 60s feel like some sort of subtropical weather.
Has to be great to be a baseball fan today and be out in this beautiful afternoon in the sunshine after that awful winter. Yep.
There you see the fan who got the foul ball. One of the early souvenirs here at the Vet in 1994. You have a beautiful day after a dreadful winter. Championship rings, the return of John Kruk.
And an unearned run.
An unearned run.
Other than that, it's all right.
To cap the quartet. A long look at second. Now he's ready. On the inside corner, called third strike. The Rockies are done here in the first, but they do pick up that one unearned run on one hit. One error, one left. Phillies' chance to bat in the first coming up.
It's the dawn of a new generation. The new generation of clean gasoline. A breakthrough in technology from Texaco that can clean up over time what came before. An advanced system of engine cleaning in every octane grade for the highest performance, lower emissions, and improved mileage. Texaco introduces the gasoline that's changing what gasoline can do. New Clean System 3. Give us 60 days and watch what can happen.
Baseball is back. And you can play it anytime, any place. Introducing Doubleheader from the Pennsylvania Lottery. Just scratch off 9 innings, beat the other team's score, and win up to $1,000 instantly. Best of all, you get 2 games for the price of 1. Doubleheader from the Pennsylvania Lottery.
Here's the Sherwin-Williams starting lineup for the Philadelphia Phillies. Lenny Dykstra leads off in center field. Mariano Duncan batting second, playing second. John Kruk returns to the big team. He's at first base. Dave Hollins at third, batting cleanup. Darren Dalton behind the plate, bats fifth. Jim Eisenreich in right field, hitting sixth. Milt Thompson, the left fielder, batting seventh. Kevin Stocker at short, batting eighth. And on the mound, batting ninth, Danny Jackson.
And 2/3 of a new outfield for the Colorado Rockies. Howard Johnson in left field. Ellis Burks over from the White Sox in center. Dante Bichette in right. Charlie Hayes, Walt Weiss, Roberto Mejia, and Andres Galarraga comprise the infield. Joe Girardi, the veteran from the Cubs, behind the plate. And on the mound, another Chicago Cub, Mike Harkey.
Mike Harkey making his second start of the year. Both starts coming against these Phillies. There you see his numbers in 1993. Second time in his career he reached double figures in victories back in 1990 with the Cubs. He won 12 games. Last year he won 10. Kind of an up and down year for Harkey. Started out very strong. And once again he was plagued by injuries, which has been something that has happened throughout his career on a consistent basis.
How about these blue batting helmets?
The blue helmets with Lenny Dykstra as the first model of the blue helmet, taking an inside corner fastball for a called strike. What do you think, Wheels?
Well, I like certain changes, and I think this was all right. it's going to take a little getting used to.
A lukewarm reception.
It'll be on day games.
Here's a ground ball towards the middle, backhanded there by Mejia, and he throws out Lenny Dykstra. There's one away. So one down. That'll bring up Mariano Duncan. Here you see Lenny heading back to the dugout. Big series in Colorado. Here's Duncan, batting at .333 on the season.
Harkey really pitched well in that game last week. Todd really deserved to win the ball game. Duncan hit a home run off him late to tie it up, and then the Colorado Rockies went ahead, but then their bullpen lost it for him in the 9th inning. But he had pretty good stuff in that game. Decent fastball, threw a lot of breaking balls, and he's become a breaking ball pitcher at this point in his career because of all the injuries that he's had. He also threw quite a few changeups.
He used to be overpowering.
Hard fastball, and it was a sinking fastball, real heavy.
Here's the pitch to Duncan. That's a line drive, base hit up the middle. So the Phil's first hit inside the vet this year is a single by Mariano Duncan, who continues his hot start, coming into the game batting .333. And listen to this ovation for the next hitter. They're standing.
I'll tell you, Kruk is not real emotional, but this has to feel awful good to him.
3 games this weekend, this past weekend down in Reading, playing with the AA Phillies, and now his first big league game of the year, and he fouls one in and out of the glove of Joe Girardi. He mentioned even that first game back with Reading, it felt a little bit of the butterflies, felt like the first spring training game. And he mentioned after the game that the legs felt like it was the first game of spring training. A little bit sore in the legs. But he had 3 hits, including a triple. Here's the pitch to him. It's high and tight, 1-1.
Rockies playing him, kind of taking the alleys away. They're not really over shifting on him. Both Johnson and Galarraga are playing over. Ellis Burke's a little bit, as you see, towards left center, but basically they're giving him the lines. Harkey has a fair move to first. He's about a 1-3, 1-4 guy to home plate. He's a guy you can run on if you're a base stealer.
Mike Harkey, 6'5", 235-pounder. Born and still residing in California. Here's the pitch home. That's up high. The count's 2-1 on John Kruk. Here you see his numbers from last year. This is his first 1994 at bat. Wearing the new blue helmet, as we mentioned. There you see the runner on first. 1 out. Phil's trailing 1-0. A bluff of a go by Duncan, and that pitch misses low. It's 3-1.
One thing the Phillies did so well last year is work the lineup because they walk so much. And Kruk is right up there with 100+ walks. And he will take a lot of pitches, as will many guys in the Phillies lineup.
Including Dave Hollins, who's waiting on deck. Here's the 3-1 pitch. That's hit well into right center field. It's going to find the gap and head towards the wall. Mariano Duncan around third. He's going to score. And what do you know, Wheels? John Kruk's first AB of the year is an RBI double to right center field. Not bad for a AA player.
Well, I'll tell you. You talk about rising to the occasion. I mean, this is high theater here today. The crowd wanted something big from him. 3-1 fastball right down the middle, and he rips it to right center field. John Kruk's an amazing offensive player. The crowd is giving him another standing ovation. Why not?
He has come back from the diagnosis of testicular cancer. 2 more radiation treatments. He has joined the team. Maybe not 100%, but John Kruk at less than 100 is still much better than most as he doubles home a run. And the Phils and Rocks are tied at 1. Here's Dave Hollins taking a called strike, 0-1.
That gives you a big lift right out of the chute. Phillies give up a cheap run in the top of the inning. Kruk gets it right back.
Similar in reverse to what happened with the Reds yesterday. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Hollins. Ripped, fair ball, right field line. Bounces up against the stands, and a fan touched it. That'll be a ground rule double. Phillies take a 2-1 lead. So Kruk knocks in the first run, scores the second run. Dave Hollins picks up his 8th RBI of the year. He now passes Mariano Duncan for the team lead.
See Dave Hollins rip this ball just fair. Another fastball out over the plate. And Harkey's not getting any sink on it at all today. And these left-handed hitters are getting some pretty good swings at him. Here's Kruk lumbering home for the first run of the season for the Phillies here at Veterans Stadium.
For Kruk, that was double number 176 in his career and run scored number 535, but he won't have many bigger ones than that. Here's Darren Dalton, called strike on the outside corner. An emotional day anyhow with the ring ceremony, but for John Kruk to add to the drama certainly makes this even more special.
I'll tell you what, that gave me chills when he hit that double. That was amazing.
I thought you were going to say gave you chills watching him round third.
I've seen enough of that. He gives Boa chills when he comes around third.
Larry has to back up a few steps.
Yeah, and he never knows whether he can score him or not. And that one was an easy one. The ground rule double.
Now, an automatic. Here's Darren Dalton at the plate. There you see the runner on second. Dalton off to a 333 start. He pops one high in the air into relatively shallow center field. Coming in is Alex Burks with the shades down, makes the play, and there's 2 away. Jim Eisenreich, the hitter now. Batting .304 in the young season. Phils have scored a couple here in the bottom half of the first after allowing a first inning run.
Well, Todd, when these two teams get together, even in this ballpark, you don't expect it to be a low-scoring game. You're talking about the 2 best hitting teams in the league right now, 2 teams with pitching's been a little bit shaky early on in the season.
And home openers have been a scenario for a lot of runs in the more recent years, at least.
Oh, last year was unbelievable. The wind was blowing out here last year. The Phillies and the Cubs, and this place was a shooting gallery on opening day.
3 of the last 4 home openers, the winning team has scored 11 runs. Not sure if that's going to be the winning total today, but the Phils and Rocks are starting out that way. Next pitch to Eisenreich, catches the outside corner. 1 ball and 1 strike. Jim Eisenreich playing right field. Batting .304 on the season, including 3 runs batted in. Trying to pick up Dave Hollins with 2 away. There's a line drive towards center. Ellis Burks gets a good jump, but he can't get there. It bounces in front of him. Dave Hollins will score. The Phils take a 3-1 lead. Phils put up a 3 spot yesterday against Cincinnati in the first on a 3-run home run by Darren Dalton. Today they have 3 separate RBI hits from John Kruk, Dave Hollins, and now a nice 2-out RBI single by Jim Eisenreich.
Harkey's getting hurt with pitches up here in the first inning. That ball actually got a little bit of a sink on it, and Eisenreich still went down and got it. Burks got a decent jump on it. Does a pretty good job blocking it off the wet turf.
Ellis Burks does play a deep center field. Here's the pitch to Thompson. Grounded past the mound. Roberto Mejia has the play. He'll take it himself at second for the final out. But a nice first inning for the Phils in the home opener. 3 runs, 4 hits, 1 man left. We'll head to the second.
The Phillies try to knock the Giants down to size Friday, April 29th at 7:35, Saturday, April 30th at 7:05, and Sunday, May 1st at 1:35 when it's the Fanatic's birthday. And kids 14 and under get a free cap with a Fanatic on front, compliments of Tasty Cake. Then our guys try to turn the Padres into panties Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, May 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, all at 7:35. For tickets, call 463-1000.
It's got a new cover, it's got a new name, but on the inside it's exactly the same. It's the real fine, genuine, more choices, gold mine, yellow pages from Bell Atlantic.
Presenting the genuine Bell Atlantic Yellow Pages. Same book, new name. 9 out of 10 use it. The genuine Bell Atlantic Yellow Pages.
Real fine, genuine, more choices, gold mine, yellow pages from Bell Atlantic. Same book, new name.
Aunt Carmela's gonna love you.
I hope she loves my cooking.
I'm here. Aunt Carmela, this is Susan.
Smells like you've been cooking all day. Now, I'm not one to give advice, but
Why cook all day for Great Italian? Use Cento. They make everything you need for Great Italian. Where can I put these?
Anywhere there's room.
What a lovely girl.
Cento, quality products for quick and delicious Italian.
Phillies leading 3-1. We head to the second inning. First run of the game was driven in by the man you're looking at right now. We talk about him rolling out of bed and being able to hit.
Yeah, you know, and when you see what he did today, I mean, this game isn't that easy, and it won't be. But Crocker comes right off the bench and rips that double, and you don't think that didn't get this whole team excited?
Ended up with a 3 spot. And they give Danny Jackson a 2-run lead heading to the second inning. First man he'll face in the inning is Ellis Burks. He is off to a great start, hitting .474. Pitches outside to Burks for a ball, 1-0.
So enough of Burks last week, Todd, to know that he wants the ball up. He is really a high ball hitter. And he hurt the Phillies with some pitches up in the strike zone. He's got pretty good power.
The next pitch is up high for a ball. 2-0 to Ellis Burks. He said he got used to swinging pitches in the American League, which may or may not have a higher strike zone, depending on who you listen to, but most people say they do. He said once you get used to that, those high pitches in the National League are easier.
Yeah, that's surprising to hear that, too, because you think the strike zone has become more uniform over the last 10 years since they got rid of those balloon protectors that the American League umpires used to use. Now everybody uses the inside protector. But Burks was a star at one time with the Boston Red Sox, but he's had a lot of back problems over the last few years, and that's the thing they worry about with him.
Here's a 2-1 pitch to him. Misses a little bit inside. It's 3-1. Burks and the guy on deck, Howard Johnson, were two of the rewards, if you will, for the Colorado Rockies fans this past offseason. Rockies fans coming in droves last year, getting a couple of free agents in Burks and Howard Johnson. And Ellis Burks draws the first walk issued by Danny Jackson on the day. He's a leadoff runner, and here's Howard Johnson.
You talk about a guy that's been scuffled. Howard Johnson yet to pick up a hit, 13 at bats, and that's certainly not what they had in mind, Todd, when they picked him up as a free agent.
No, and even for a veteran player, when you come over to a new team, there's that certain transition time where you want to prove yourself, and Howard's just itching to get that first hit as a Rocky. Danny Jackson has had his number throughout his career. Here's a throw to first. Hojo batting just .129 against Jackson, and has not driven in a run in 31 at bats.
But Johnson is always going to have, well, almost always will have poorer numbers right-handed. He is a much better and much more dangerous hitter from the left side.
Last year was the first year for Howard Johnson where he didn't do the odd-even thing, because odd years had been his big seasons, a pattern of about 6 straight years. But that was ended last year due primarily to injury, but also even before the injuries, Howard had a tough time, batting just .238 in 72 games. 7 home runs, matched his total in 92, way down from his league leading 38 just 3 years removed. Hit 36 in 89, 36 in 87. Last year was his first down year in an odd numbered season. We saw Ellis Burks at first. The pitch is outside for a ball. Danny Jackson's having a little bit of problem with the plate right now.
Struck out the side in the first inning, did Jackson, around that unearned run. Rockies are very right-handed. They really don't come at you with a lot from the left side. Even though this is a left-handed pitcher and they want to use their right-handed players, they really don't have a big threat from the left side.
Pitch to Johnson.
They hope it'll be this guy eventually. They hope it'll be Howard Johnson from the left side. Tough behind that plate. Darren Dalton gets that one off the hand.
Sometimes you put it behind your back, it still doesn't help. Ellis Burks, the runner on first base, nobody out. We're in the second inning. Glad you could join us on this home opener on Prism for the first time ever. Todd Callis along with Chris Wheeler, Gary Maddox. Join us a little later. Larry Rosen as well. The 1-1 pitch to Hojo is down low for a ball, 2-1.
Great pregame show today on Prism. I hope you joined it early and saw the ring ceremony and the paratroopers coming in here, the Navy guys. It was really a lot of fun. That looks nice out there.
Brand new disc placed in left field next to the '83 National League champions. Ellis Burks doesn't run as much. He's on first. Pitches inside for a ball, 3-1. Run as much as he used to. And they said he swung. It's going to be 2-2 count. But appeal down to Jeff Kellogg. Howard Johnson didn't agree with Mr. Kellogg as he steps away from the batter's circle.
It's a 2-1 breaking ball. And they say that Johnson chases it. And he appeared to go through the strike zone on that replay. Howard Johnson's going to swing fastball almost all the time. And the book on him throughout his career has been to throw him as much off speed as you can. Good fastball hitter.
In addition to his 0 for 13 this year, 8 strikeouts. So he wants to make some contact early in '94. It has been a struggle for him. There you see Burks. The pitch is ripped to left field. Thompson stops and makes the play. Gets the ball back in. That's the first out of the second inning. Ball was hit on a line. Milt Thompson expecting some topspin. Froze initially and was actually fairly close to where he was.
Danny Jackson here with a fastball, and Howard Johnson hit it right on the nose, but right at Milt Thompson. So Johnson's problems continue. He's now 0 for 14, but he did hit that one hard.
Did hit that hard, and that could help out. Here's Roberto Mejia. Mejia's off to a good start. There's the 350 numbers. Came up last year with the Rockies and ended up in the starting lineup for most of the second half. Pitch to him is up high and outside for a ball, 1-0. He was a guy that when he was drafted in the expansion draft hadn't played above the Class A level and had a big year last year at Colorado Springs before playing 65 games for the big league team. Pitcher Mike Harkey waits on deck. There you see Burks. He walked to lead off the inning. And a throw over there. Burks used to run a lot more, as we alluded to earlier. He had 31 steals in the minor leagues before his first big league season, then stole 27, 25, and 21 with the Red Sox. But his last 4 years, he has not been in the double figures in stolen bases.
Colorado Ball Club won't run that much anyway because they're going to sit around and look for big innings.
The pitch home is a called strike. 1 ball and 1 strike to Mejia.
Mejia is a little guy that they got out of the Dodgers organization. Hits a lot of balls to right field. In fact, you play him way over with your right fielder, and that's just what Eisenreich's doing right now. He likes to get the ball inside and work it the other way, as most opposite field hitters do.
He's got a quick little bat, too, for a guy who seems to spray it mostly towards right field. There's a throw over to first.
Well, he really wants the ball up, Todd. Most little guys want a ball up in the strike zone, and that's what he looks for. He hurt the Phillies last week with balls to right and right center.
Horton still resides in the Dominican Republic. 3 days from now, he'll be 22 years of age. Pitch from Jackson misses. It's 2 balls and 1 strike. Glorious day here at Veterans Stadium and a jam-packed bet for this home opener. Phillies coming off a road trip of 3-3, 3 wins in Colorado, 3 losses in Cincinnati. There's the skipper. 3rd straight day game for a home opener here at Veterans Stadium. And they will try and change the pattern. The last 2 have been losses.
Yeah, but they've been sellouts. That's
a trade-off.
Yeah, there's a pattern developing here, I think, with these day openers, Todd. Of course, this year, I guess you almost think you had to have a sellout off of last season. You hope so anyway.
Quite a pregame ceremony. Jackson behind 3-1, in danger of walking his second batter of the inning, and there is ball 4. Burks was on the move, but no play. That's 2 walks here in the second. That'll bring up Mike Harkey in his first start. Jackson walked 3 in 6 innings.
See the way they play it. Don Zimmer going through the signs here, whether or not they'll bunt Harkey. Weiss struck out his first time up, but he is a switch hitter, so there's no real advantage for a pitcher in this situation. So they might just bunt Harkey here to move the runners into scoring position.
Harkey in his career a 184 hitter. Last year he struggled, hitting 093. But 26 major league hits. Phil's lead 3-1. Danny Jackson running into some control problems here in the second. He's around the bunt, pops it in the air behind Dalton, and it's 0-1. Ball was up in the air for a little while, but unless you see it right off the bat, you've got no chance at that play.
Yeah, and figured they might bunt here in this situation, try and move those runners over. They're not going to give up outs too often, this Colorado ball club. There's Zim, one of the great characters of the game, known as Popeye. Managed a number of teams, great friend of Mr. Ashburn's.
He's busy as the Rockies' third base coach. Pitch is bunted towards third. Jackson has the play to third and makes it. Nice play by the Phillies starter Danny Jackson, jumping off the mound and getting the force on Ellis Burks.
They practice these plays so much in spring training, and the ball is bunted right where Danny Jackson has a chance to go to third. A left-handed pitcher, he's falling off that way anyway, and the ball was bunted hard right at him.
Helps on AstroTurf too.
Sure, Darren Dalton's telling him third. You could see Dalton's head bobbing there as he was yelling at him. And that's what that pitcher wants to hear from the catcher in that situation. All right, I'll go to third.
Lefties with the advantage on that play. Not having to throw across the body. Here's Walt Weiss. He struck out his first time up. Jackson struck out the side in the first, has walked 2 here in the second, and misses to Walt Weiss. Roberto Mejia, the runner on second. Mike Harkey, the pitcher, on this day will run the bases without a warm-up jacket on first. Switch hitting Walt Weiss, the batter. Last year batted with the Marlins primarily in the lower part of the lineup. Here at the top of the lineup, he grounds one towards Stocker. There's the force, and Jackson out of trouble. We head to the bottom of the second. Phillies lead 3-1.
Did you mean to take that charge? Yo, my man. LJ, I found this over there. What are these, your shoes? You get better to get some. A real mean outsole to give you real good traction on the outdoor court. You know? Helps you to get out of the way of things. Tell me has to move, man. Yo, can you move it all? You can't stay here, okay?
Lean on me when you're not strong, and I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on. You just call on me, brother, when you need a hand. We all need somebody to lean on.
Lean on number 1, Independence Blue Cross and Pennsylvania Blue Shield.
Tip your hat to this one. It's the Fanatic's birthday, and kids 14 and under get a free cap with a Fanatic on front, compliments of tasty cake when the Phillies play the Giants. Sunday, May 1st at 1:35. For tickets, call 463-1000.
First pitch of the home opener delivered by Pennsylvania Governor Robert Casey, and we are honored to introduce him up to our Prism booth. Governor Casey, thanks for joining us.
Pleasure to be here.
Along with Chris Wheeler. Let's talk about the Phillies and what this team has done to the state, and the excitement level around here, I guess, has gotten you pretty excited as well.
Fantastic today. The sold out, packed house, a lot of electricity in the air today.
A great feeling on the field to be a part of that ceremony, not only with the rings, but the return of John Kruk. Everybody was standing and emotional.
Wasn't that great when he got that double to lead off? Brought the house down. It was great.
A perfect start for John Kruk, doubling home a run and scoring a run. And here come the Phillies in the bottom half of the second. We are glad to join Governor Casey for this inning. And Governor, baseball is something that's been in your past throughout, before even you got into the political arena, I guess.
That's right. I played a lot of ball in high school and semi-pro ball, and I went to Holy Cross College and on a basketball scholarship, so I wound up playing basketball. But I think baseball is my first love. I love to play baseball.
Here's Kevin Stocker. He takes a called strike on the outside corner. It's 0-2.
Had some pretty good teams in this state the last few years, huh?
Oh yeah, yeah. Pirates and the Phillies, you can't beat that.
You've been used to winning.
Yeah, that's right. puts me in the middle. I have to.
Yeah.
Here's the 0-2 pitch to Stocker. It's a swing and a miss, strike 3, and quickly on 3 pitches, Mike Harkey picks up his first strikeout of the ball game.
Mike Harkey throws a changeup here to Kevin Stocker. They've been pitching him in a lot. Actually, that's a fastball that just ran away from him. He took something off it. They've been pitching him in so much, I think he's more aware of the ball inside now, and now he has to adjust to the pitch away from him. Rookie last year, and it's much, much tougher that second year.
Here's Danny Jackson, the 2 opposing pitchers wearing the same number 27. Well, Governor Casey, you were probably one of those that was excited to see realignment, because now you can cheer for your Phillies in the East and you can cheer for your Pirates in the Central.
That's right, with the different divisions, sure.
No longer is there split allegiance. Here's a called strike on the outside corner, and Mike Harkey, all he's done in this inning is throw 5 strikes. What position was your best position in baseball?
I was a catcher.
Get out from behind the plate.
The tools of ignorance. Huh?
So early on then, you had the control on the baseball diamond.
I like the action.
Danny Jackson, the pitcher. We are honored to have Governor Casey with us up in the booth. He threw out the first pitch this afternoon. Here's a swing and a miss, and quickly 2 strikeouts on 7 pitches from Mike Harkey.
Governor got a nice cheer before the game. Mayor Rendell gets a nice cheer when he comes in here. It's nice to see the governor and the mayor. People like him in this state.
It's very nice. I appreciate that.
You look very well.
Thanks. I'm feeling fine. Put some weight on, and that makes a big difference.
Here's a guy who got a lot of cheers in the pregame. Lenny Dykstra.
Something else, isn't he?
Talk about being in the middle of the action.
Oh boy. He goes where the action is. There's no question about that.
Now you talk about action. This is an action player here.
Great series. Fantastic series. Isn't that something?
Yeah, Lenny last year, if you wanted a walk from him, he'd get that. If you needed a home run, he'd do that. And aren't many players can do those kind of things.
Great competitor.
He's ahead on Mike Harkey 2-0. He will battle every at bat. Here he sends one deep to center field, but Ellis Burks will have a play in front of the track. He makes the catch for the final out here in the second. Well, a 1-2-3 inning, Governor Casey, but thanks for joining us anyhow, and we appreciate your support of Phillies baseball.
Thanks. Been a pleasure to be with you.
Back in the third with more on Prism Sports.
I finally made it to the big leagues. And my first game, we get the call. And I'm thinking, how lucky can a guy get?
Beechwood aged for that fresh, distinctive taste. Crisp, clean, classic.
Retirement? I'm too young to be worried about retiring.
I'm set. I've been socking away a little of my paycheck every...
My nest egg covered.
In these uncertain financial times, turn to Nationwide Financial Services for a wide range of investment alternatives, most of which are tax advantaged. Because someday soon, the quality of your life may depend on the quality of your investments.
It's back. It's better. It's the 3rd annual Great American Ford Sales Event at your Quality Plus Ford dealer, with great savings on America's #1 compact pickup. For just $199 per month, drive a loaded Ford Ranger. Sporty, versatile, and fun to drive. Ranger beats competition quality. Blockbuster Video. See your local newspaper for all details. Hurry, your Quality Plus Ford dealer's Great American Sales Event ends soon.
All fans 14 and under receive a free photo. Against the Cincinnati Reds, Saturday, April 16th, 7:05. For tickets, call 463-1000.
Today's game brought to you by Southeastern Pennsylvania's new area code 610. Bell Atlantic wants to remind all of you that the new area code does not mean an increase in the cost of your calls. Make sure you call Bell Atlantic We Can Help Center. That's 1-800-555-5000. 3-1 the score. We head to the top half of the 3rd inning. Joe Girardi, who has the lone Rockies run at the plate, and he sends one foul on the right side. It's 1 ball and 1 strike.
There's certain hitters that say that you think they hurt your ball club. Well, this guy kills the Phillies. With the Chicago and now with the Colorado Rockies, he just seems to be on base all the time. In this ball game, he didn't get a base hit, but he lived on an error and scored a run. So he seems like he's always doing something. Negative if it's for the Phillies, positive if you're a Rockies fan.
Now it's 1-1. Here's Jackson's next pitch, grounded towards the hole, past the diving Dave Hollins on cue. Wheels.
It's unbelievable. The guy is always on base.
Joe Girardi, a leadoff runner here for the Rockies, top half of the 3rd inning, and that'll bring up Dante Bichette, hitting .476. Bichette struck out his first time up, but he was dangerous last week against Danny Jackson.
Joe Girardi coming into the game, a lifetime .357 hitter against the Phils.
And it seems like more than that. Here's the pitch, fouled back to the screen. 0-1. Well, Girardi, another guy who benefited with the expansion draft. Rick Wilkins as well. 2 guys that were pretty much taking time from each other in Chicago. And here's Joe Girardi every day. And we saw what Rick Wilkins did last year as an everyday Cubs catcher.
Great power numbers for the Cubs did Wilkins. Girardi had that hamate bone injury, very similar to Dave Hollins last year, and missed him quite a bit of time.
Here's the 0-1 pitch. That's fouled out of play. It's 0-2. Well, speaking of catchers, the Phil's catcher Darren Dalton will be featured, as Larry Rosen will visit with him in our Phillies profile coming up. Here's Dutch. Sure, he was happy to have the guy at first base there back.
Oh yeah, calls him Jake.
Sure. Dutch and Jake.
Dutch and Jake
back in the clubhouse together again. Pitches outside. It's 1-2. New look at the shades, huh?
I guess he figures he doesn't need his baseball sunglasses today. He's going to stay with those. They're almost clear, those Oakleys he has on. They got Bichette to chase a high fastball last time up. See what they go back to. They got ahead of him there 0-2 and went with a breaking pitch.
One-two pitch, he fouls it back.
Yeah, they went after him with a high fastball again, but not quite enough out of the strike zone. Bichette, if you throw him a high fastball like belt high, kills that thing. The one a little bit higher is the one he has a chance to get him out that'll swing through. This guy has huge arms, really strong.
He hit one of those belt high fastballs last year against Brett Saberhagen in game 2 of their season. It was the first run the Rockies scored. He went 15+ innings without a run. Here's the 1-2 pitch. That's popped out of play.
Staying after him with that pitch.
This time he's fought it off a couple of times.
See what Darren Dalton wants to do now. He doesn't want to fall into, too much of a pattern. And they might go back to a slider now to Bichette. Bichette did hit a slider for a home run last week.
Got a chance to see exactly what the fingers are shown by Darren Dalton.
Yep. He's coming in with a breaking ball. And he got it.
Ripped into left field. That's a fair ball towards the wall. Girardi's going to head to third. Bichette will roll into second base with a stand-up double. Well, an interesting sequence that we patterned for you. Fastball fouled off. Fastball fouled off. He came in with the slider.
Yeah, I think they were worried that they were getting into too much of a pattern with high fastballs, but Danny Jackson leaves this ball out over the plate and up, and Bichette just tomahawks it. You saw Darren Dalton put down the 3 fingers and move in, and that's what he wanted, was a hard slider in, but Jackson didn't get it in far enough.
Well, Bichette, who would have won the doubles title last year with 43 doubles, finished second to his teammate Charlie Hayes, picks up a double here. And the Rockies have a threat going. They have the tying run on second. Phillies leading 3-1. And here's a guy who's leading the National League in RBIs with 10, Andres Galarraga.
You can see the run here, too, in a 3-1 ball game by playing the infield all the way back.
Something distracting Andres. The front of the batter's circle. You see the infield of the Phillies push back.
Galarraga has a chance to pad that RBI lead.
Knocked in one with a double his first time up. The lone Rockies run to this point. Here's the 0-1 pitch. That's on the inside corner. Galarraga thought it was inside of the plate. It's 0-2.
A lot of guys are going to a more of an open stance now, but this is exaggerated, obviously. But it's something that he felt he had to do the way he was struggling.
He closes it up from there, as you'll see from this angle, as the pitch approaches. That gets away, and coming in to score is Joe Girardi. It's now a 3-2 ball game.
I don't know whether he got crossed up or not, but Dalton, that could be a pass ball because it's the ball he normally would handle.
Look catchable, but we will have to wait and hear the official score. It should be a pass ball after looking at that replay. Either way, the count is 1-2 to Galarraga. Infield stays back, so a ground ball here would tie the game. It is a pass ball. Here's the pitch. Inside for a ball. The count evens 2-2 on Galarraga. There's Dante Bichette talking with Zim. Don Zimmer, the third base coach. Galarraga also talked about the open stance, also wears that protective plate on his front ankle. He pounds a lot of balls down into that left leg. Here's the 2-2 pitch. That's fouled out of play.
Phillies will continue to keep the infield back in this situation. You're just in the third inning of a game where you expect some runs to be scored, so you don't want to start fooling around with the infield in. Rockies did that in a game early against the Phillies last week at Denver, which was kind of surprising.
Danny Jackson has thrown a lot of pitches here in the first 2 innings plus. Nobody out here in the third. 2-2 the count to Galarraga. Next pitch is sent in the air to right field. That'll score the run. Jim Eisenreich makes the catch. Coming home and scoring is Dante Bichette, and we are all tied at 3. RBI number 11 for the Big Cat. Colorado's only played 5 games before today. That's an incredible total already.
Well, these guys are going to throw up some numbers. Galarraga, Bichette, Charlie Hayes, all have a chance to do that because they're good hitters, number one, but two, because of where they play also. And their home numbers should be awesome.
Here's Charlie Hayes. He was called out on a 3rd strike his first time up, and he rips one into the crowd above the Phillies dugout. 0-1. Went right off the end of the bat. Scattered some fans behind the Phil's dugout. Hayes has had his share of troubles against Danny Jackson. 2 for 18 lifetime against the Phil's lefty. That's a pitch outside for a ball. 1-1. Jackson so far has allowed 3 Rockies runs on 3 hits. He has walked a couple and struck out 3. The 1-1 pitch is fouled back to the screen. 1 ball and 2 strikes. For those of you just tuning in, you are watching the Phil's home opener on Prism for the first time ever. Phillies wearing their new blue caps, which will be standard for all day games here at the Vet. For the first time ever, there's a tug of the cap by the Phil's starter.
Sundays and business person specials.
This is our only chance to meet up during the daytime hours, Wheels. 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Strike 3. Second time Hayes has gone down. 4 strikeout for Danny Jackson on the day.
I like night games.
They'll be all night games from now on.
Danny Jackson with off-speed pitch there, and he gets Charlie Hayes to chase it. That little super slow-mo working this year from our Prism crew.
So another added feature for this year's telecast. Ellis Burke's the hitter. We're all tied at 3. Typical Rockies-Phillies affair. Pitch misses low and inside for a ball. 1-0. Well, we mentioned earlier, 11 seems to be the magic number on opening day.
Yeah, it looks like there's going to be some runs again today. 3-3 already in the 3rd inning.
We may get there yet. Phils have lost 7 out of their last 9 home openers. They hope to change that today, or that trend at least. Here's a pitch over for a called strike. It's 1-1. Good look at Ellis Burks. He walked his first time up. That pitch almost hits him. 2 balls and 1 strike. Now, looking around the Vet, it's amazing to think that next year, 25th season, quarter century of this building.
Done a lot to improve the place too. The Phillies have have done a lot of capital improvements here along with the city of Philadelphia to make it an even nicer place.
The ball ripped but right at the Phil's shortstop, Kevin Stocker, and that'll do it for the Rockies here in the third, but they tie the game up on a couple of hits. We head to the bottom of inning 3. 3-3. Now it's time for this afternoon's Phillies profile. Larry Rosen visits with the Phil's spiritual leader, all-star catcher Darren Dalton.
Darren Dalton is now the Phillies' senior statesman, a cerebral player who takes his role as catcher and liaison to the pitching staff seriously. And he believes this staff can be even better than a year ago. But he says it will be of paramount importance for the team to establish a true closer out of the bullpen.
Normally, especially on a winning ball club, I think you definitely have to have a closer. You know, the closing by committee, so to speak, I don't think is real healthy for a club. Might work. The teams that I've seen win year after year have always had a closer, and that's what they try to do, get to their closer, and the closer shuts the game down. So right now, Doug Jones is our closer, and I'm very comfortable with that.
And by the way, Dalton assures he will be a full-time catcher in '94, and as long as his knees allow.
There's Darren Dalton. He just saw profiled by Larry Rosen. Dalton with no spring training home runs, but already has a couple this year. Immediately following the ball game, Broad and Pattison after today's game get an inside look at the Philly sports scene and Prism's April sports lineup on the latest edition of Broad and Pattison. This month's show features a special look at the National League champion Philadelphia Phillies and their quest to repeat in 1994. So make sure you join Larry Rosen, Mark Zumoff, and Ken Adelberger at Broad and Pattison coming up this afternoon, only on Prism Sports. Here's Mariano Duncan. The first pitch of the bottom of the third is a called strike, 0-1. Let's see what Duncan did his first time up. He singled to get the 3-run rally going. Scored the Phil's first run. We are all tied at 3. Mike Harkey's third inning of work. The ball is chopped off the foot of Mariano Duncan. No balls and 2 strikes. Well, after a shaky first inning, Harkey settled in for a 1-2-3 second, including a couple of strikeouts. Here's the windup by the injury-plagued right-hander. Called third strike. That's 3 out of 4 now of the last Phillies batters down on strikes. Number 3 in the game. And the big ovation once again for the man who knocked in the game's first run for the Phillies. With Duncan on first base, John Kruk's first AB from Double-A Reading resulted in this.
Wacko right in the gap in right center field off a fastball from Mike Harkey. Kruk had worked the count to 3-1 before getting that pitch.
Here's one sent the other way, but foul down the left field line, 0-1. Scored the second run of the game. Drove in the first run. When he was announced for the ring ceremony, as you saw earlier if you were watching our pregame, went all the way up and down the line, shaking and sometimes hugging, depending on the player, each Philly. As you said, John doesn't get emotional very often, but if there ever was a time, today was it.
Well, he's just happy to be back, and he's happy to be around these players again, because he is a clubhouse guy if there ever was one.
Fortunately, the cancer he has is the most curable form, but still, anytime you deal with cancer, a lot of concern, not for John Kruk, the baseball player, but John Kruk, the human being, and we're happy to see him healthy and getting back to his old self once again.
I'll tell you what, Todd, it was a wake-up call for everybody in spring training when that happened. I mean, we all knew that Kruk was having a little bit of a problem, and nobody would have imagined that it would have been that serious. And those guys right there were very, very concerned about him, and I know they're really happy he's back, and obviously the fans are too.
Another 3-1 pitch to Kruk. This time he'll ground one toward short. Walt Weiss makes the play, and there's 2 away. So Mike Harkey has settled in and retired 6 straight.
Harkey's getting a little bit better command of his pitches. He got hurt in the first inning with balls in the middle of the plate.
Last year at this time, Harkey wasn't even pitching. He was still recovering from that surgery. He underwent arthroscopic surgery on the right shoulder in May of 1991. Did not start pitching until April 14th of last year. Here's a ground ball towards second. Roberto Mejia makes the play, and Harkey's on a roll. That's 7 in a row. Phillies go down quietly here in the third. So after 3, we're tied at 3. We head to the 4th with Gary Maddox joining Chris Wheeler next on Prism Sports.
It's a round world, genuine and true. It keeps on spinning and you always come through. And you're giving it your best. Proud to be your bud. Budweiser. Proud to be your bud. Proud to be your bud. Ooh, yeah. Proud to be your bud.
Now, over time, a car can be reborn. Reborn with a breakthrough in technology from Texaco, an advanced system of engine cleaning that now cleans combustion chambers and unlocks a car's potential in every octane grade for the highest performance, lower emissions, and improved mileage. Introducing the gasoline that's changing what gasoline can do. New Clean System 3 from Texaco. Give us 60 days and watch what can happen.
The Phillies try to make the Reds run off a white surrender flag Friday, April 15th at 7:35, and again Saturday at 7:05, when fans 14 and under receive a free photo ball baseball featuring different National League champion Phillies players, and Sunday, April 17th at 1:35, when kids 14 and under receive a free keychain with a replica of the Phillies National League championship ring. Reserve your tickets in advance. Call 463-1000 now.
Won't bother him as much.
Oh. We're live.
Well, we are back here at Veterans Stadium, and our good friend Gary Maddox joins us here in the 4th inning. Welcome back.
Hey, man, it's good to be back. Big exciting day today. How about this? I get a ring.
That's
and
right.
I can't wait to afterwards, after the game's over, they're going to make a presentation to the other people that are getting one. Just an exciting day. Perfect game for baseball, and looking forward. I have a ring from that year also.
Yeah.
And it was 83 out there somewhere. We got rings.
Yeah, we're lucky with that way, aren't we?
Yeah, yeah.
Looking kind of looking forward to that too after the game. Howard Johnson's going to lead it off. Hojo, followed by Roberto Mejia and Mike Harkey, the 7, 8, 9 hitters in the lineup for the Colorado Rockies. Johnson lined out hard to left field his first time up. Andy Jackson's 0-1 is outside. Johnson still looking for his first hit on the year. 0 for 14 thus far. Howard, a couple of injury-plagued seasons, now coming over here to Colorado as a free agent.
You know, when you change teams, you really want to get off to a good start. You don't want to do anything to cause anybody to be concerned.
Yeah, and he knows they're counting on him, obviously.
Well, they're counting on him for offense, but he happens to be in the middle of a lineup there that, you know, is not really going to be dependent on him for offense right away. So if he gets off to a slow start, they more than can pick up the work.
Yeah, they got some thumpers in this ball club. There's no doubt about it. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Hojo, a Clearwater, Florida native. Now makes his home in Southern California. Got him. Looked like a breaking ball. Danny Jackson with a strikeout on Johnson, who has now struck out 9 times in his first 15 at bats.
And this is what Danny Jackson has to do if he's going to be successful again this season, and that's pitch inside. You see the guy swinging over that slider.
Roberto Mejia, how about that kid that was in here the first 3 innings, huh?
Oh, man.
Getting old?
This has to be my last. I'm telling you, here's a guy 6 years old when I come to Philadelphia now. That's amazing.
Roberto Mejia fouls it back. Todd Callis is a part of our regular Prism team this year, and we are very, very happy to have him with us.
Todd, get out of the way. That's what I remember saying. Get off the field.
Say, Todd, do these scores for me, will you? Just finished watching Brett Boone play all weekend.
I'm telling you. You know, and I was talking to Harry before the game as that ball goes away from Mejia there. I was talking, Harry was just as excited as he could be, just as proud to have his son working up here, and we're glad to have him.
Harry's been very excited the last couple of days about that. He's mentioned it to me several times. How do you think he's going to do? He said, "Oh, I said he'll do fine." Mejia pops it up, foul out of play to the crowd, this sellout crowd here on a sun-splashed afternoon at Veterans Stadium. Beautiful day for baseball. The home opener. And we are in a 3-3 game, 3-4-1 Phillies, 3-3-0 for the Rockies. And there is a look at this packed house as they begin the wave. Danny Jackson ahead of Mejia, 1-2. Fly ball, center field and shallow. Dykstra with the glasses down. 2 away. And they'll bring up the pitcher, Mike Harkey, bunted into a fielder's choice back in the second inning. He was trying to advance a couple base runners at the time, unable to do so.
Bunted it back to Danny Jackson, turned into the third. That was a good play.
Yeah, he had his mind made up, it appeared, and I'm sure Dalton helped him with it a little bit. Mike Harkey coming into the game as a 182 hitter. Down the line and right now to play. And the next 3 Phillies telecasts are as follows. Sports Channel has it for you when the Phillies come back here and play the Rockies Wednesday night, and then we'll be back at you on Prism on Thursday night with the Rockies, and the Cincinnati Reds come to town on Friday. Phillies have lost 6 in a row to them, 3 in Florida and 3 in Cincinnati.
I mean, what a 2 contrasting teams for the Phillies there. Colorado they own, and the way it looks now, Cincinnati has just pummeled them. So they do well against Colorado. They'll come back and score and what have you. And Cincinnati feels the same way about the Phillies as the Phillies feel about Colorado, that they're in the game until the end.
So we're all knotted up at 3 here in the 4th inning. And outside is Danny Jackson, 1-2, 2 outs and nobody on base. There's that 125th baseball anniversary patch on Jackson's right sleeve. Phillies and all of Major League Baseball wearing them this year. Hit foul, which reminds me, I have a pin for you, Gary, of that little plaque.
Oh, well, thank you.
There it is on Jackson's sleeve. 125 years of Major League Baseball. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Harkey. Struck him out. Oh, down on strikes goes Mike Harkey. 2 strikeouts in the inning for Danny Jackson. No runs, no hits, no errors. Nobody left on base. We go to the bottom of the 4th, 3-3.
Shopping.
9 out of 10 uses all aboard the genuine Bell Atlantic Yellow Pages.
Baseball is back. And you can play it anytime, any place. Introducing Doubleheader from the Pennsylvania Lottery. Just scratch off 9 innings, beat the other team's score, and win up to 1,000 instantly. Best of all, you get 2 games for the price of 1. Doubleheader from the Pennsylvania Lottery.
There's a new kind of energy around here. An energy company that's doing everything it can to help protect your air and your rivers. In fact, it's one of the few in the country that already exceeds those tough new clean air standards and won't have to spend a lot of money on new equipment to help preserve your environment. They planned ahead. There's a new energy company around here and a new name. Pico Energy, focusing our energies on you.
Phillies Baseball on Prism is brought to you by Bell Atlantic Mobile. A mobile phone is only as good as the system it's on. Choose Bell Atlantic Mobile. By your Quality Plus Ford dealer, who invites you to test drive the brand new 1994 Mustang convertible. And by Pizza Hut. Get a large cheese Neapolitan pizza delivered every day for just $7.99.
Well, there is that gorgeous championship ring presented to the Phillies prior to the game today. And for you fans, it's Championship Ring Keychain Day on Sunday, April 17th. That's this Sunday when the Phillies play the Cincinnati Reds. It's a great gift to remember the spectacular 93 season, and it's a replica of the 93 championship ring on it. Free for all children 14 and under, and it's compliments of Subway. Call 463-1000 to order your tickets by phone. Darren Dalton takes a pitch outside, or you can stop by one of the many local Ticketmaster outlets. Dutch fly to center his first time up. Dalton, Eisenreich, Thompson to face Mike Harkey. Phillies hit him with a 3 spot in the first. He shut him down since. Breaking ball over first strike.
So, Chris, you didn't get a chance to, because you were in one of your condos in Florida, California, or somewhere. But I was in town in the offseason, had a chance to help select those rings, or at least give my opinion.
I heard you did.
And in fact, Darren and I did it the same day. And we kind of looked at him and said, the one with the most diamonds. The aesthetic beauty means nothing. Aesthetics, nothing.
Good. I'm looking forward to seeing that after the game.
No, they are. They're very nice.
Ripped to right in the base hit for Dutch Dalton. Taken on a couple of hops by Dante Bichette, who gets it back in, and Darren Dalton has his first hit here at the Vet this year.
Well, and it's good to get those hits early. I mean, we'd like for everybody to get off to a start, but important guys like Dykstra and Dalton, you really want them to get off to where they're comfortable and there's no pressure to produce. Darren hitting the ball well wherever it's pitched, and you know, he's rolling right along. So when things get settled in here, the Phillies will be able to generate some runs.
Dalton coming into the game batting at .333 with 6 runs batted in. Here is Eisenreich. He singled to center, knocked in a run up the middle, grabbed by Harkey to the shortstop Weiss, back to first, and they turned a double play. Nice job by Weiss, because he got a really bad throw from the pitcher, and Dalton was bearing down on him.
Right. What makes this bad is watch when Harkey gets the ball, and then watch him tap his glove. See, that's what throws the timing off of the shortstop there. He gives him a high throw, still comes across and does a nice play. Here's Dalton going in hard to second base. But Walt Weiss, I mean, not very much with the bat, but man, can he play that shortstop.
I'm telling you, that you get wiped out on that play. So quickly, 2 outs and nobody on for Thompson. Milt grounded out the second his first time up.
See, the shortstop really likes to get that ball so he can decide where he wants to go to avoid the runner. But when you throw it to that side of the bag, the runner knows right where to slide in order to get you.
Harkey had pretty good movement on that fastball, but he missed with it. 1-1. On deck is Kevin Stocker. Phillies scored 3 in the first inning yesterday at Cincinnati. Scored 3 today. The Rockies have come back to tie this game after they had scored 1 in the first and then came back and tied it with 2 in the third. Mike Harkey, formerly a #1 pick of the Cubs, 4th overall in the draft of 1987. Was a highly touted prospect at one time, but has had a lot of physical problems.
That's the thing about those pitchers. Boy, you have to be gentle with them. Wake up one morning, I was talking to Tommy Green. He said he woke up and felt a stiffness in his shoulder. I mean, those types of things are scary.
Misses high to Thompson, a full count.
When you think about that's how you make your living.
Tommy Green was supposed to have an MRI today.
He did. I saw him just before the game. Said he had it, but had not gotten the results.
Strike 3 called, says Steve Ripley. Thompson thought the ball was inside. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left on base. 4 full here from the Vet, and we're tied at 3.
When we introduced the Dodge National Minivan Sale, we knew people would like getting great option discounts on the minivan that already exceeds 1998 car safety requirements, just like they've always enjoyed air at no extra charge with the Caravan Family Value Package. But when people hear that their savings can total $2,600, well, we're taking appropriate measures. See your nearest Dodge dealer today.
I finally made it to the big leagues. And my first game, we get the call. And I'm thinking, how lucky can a guy get?
Beechwood aged for that fresh, distinctive taste. Crisp, clean, classic.
Here are 3 premium flat latex wall paints and new Everclean, only from Sherwin-Williams, a paint that really holds up against stains. We'll take tough stains like grease, red wine, tea, grape juice, coffee, mustard, and let them set overnight. Everclean is a flat latex wall paint with a non-porous finish, so it cleans off easily. Stains don't stand a chance with new Everclean. Sherwin-Williams.
Here's a pitch at the end of the inning for the Phillies right here. But look at Harkey when he has that fastball moving, freezes Milt Thompson, and not only freezes him, gets him to jump back, and the ball runs over and catches the inside of the plate. Danny Jackson threw a pitch just like that to Charlie Hayes in the 3rd inning that struck him out looking.
Probably the best in the league at that is Greg Maddux, and Mike Morgan has a pretty good fastball that he starts at left-handed hitters and it runs back. Weiss leads it off, looper to left, Thompson takes it on 1 hop. So Walt Weiss, who had been 0 for 2, leads off the 5th inning with a looping base hit to left field, and that'll bring up Joe Girardi. He's been on twice with a hit.
Here's a fly ball to left field. I think had Milt not struck out, he would have had that play. I think he would have been more into the game mentally. I'm telling you, it happens to everybody. You strike out on a bad pitch and you take it out to your position. But it's timing right there.
And Girardi, talked about him last time, how he just murders the Phillies, lifetime .360 hitter against the Phils. He's around a bunt. And Kruk will just wait for him. That's a sacrifice, 3 unassisted. So the Phillies get Girardi out an easy way, really.
Look at the bunt down here, but watch how Kruk feels it. Instead of getting in front of it, he just reaches across his body. Look at this ball down the line. He has plenty of time to get in front, but he just reaches across there and makes the play. I think it's just remarkable that John Kruk is out there starting at first base today.
Really. Dante Bichette, the batter. Bichette has doubled and struck out. Doubled off a slider his last time up. Rockies with a go-ahead runner at second base. He thought that pitch was a little outside. Steve Ripley says strike 1. Bichette has knocked in 8 runs, tied for the league lead in homers with 4. Weiss dances off second a little bit, and Bichette chases one away, 0-2. The pitch that was just called on him might have made him go after that one.
Look at Bichette. I think what he has going for him, especially in his last at bat, the ball was up, his hands were up, and just a short, quick swing. Gets the hit of the bat out there very well.
They tried to get him out with high fastballs. That's what Jackson struck him out the first time. There it is again. Strikeout number 7 for Danny Jackson. He struck out 6 against the Rockies his last time out.
Again, a ball up in the strike zone, just like the first at bat, and he's able to get him to swing and miss this one as well.
You know, last time, Gary, they were trying that, and he kept fouling him off. They went to a slider, and he hurt her with a breaking ball down the line. This time they go back to that.
Interesting about that swing was you could see how he pulled his head off. He's a guy that can hit the ball with power the other way, and when Bichette is hitting good, you know, he drives the ball the other way.
Andres Galarraga, especially about a guy who can drive the ball the other way. Up the middle, Stocker on a big hop has it. Kevin throws him out, and Danny Jackson out of the inning. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 man left on base. 4.5 from the vet, 3-3.
It's the dawn of a new generation. The new generation of clean gasoline. A breakthrough in technology from Texaco that can clean up over time what came before. An advanced system of engine cleaning in every octane grade for the highest performance, lower emissions, and improved mileage. Texaco introduces the gasoline that's changing what gasoline can do. New Clean System 3. Give us 60 days and watch what can happen.
During the Dodge National Minivan Sale, there are even more reasons to love Caravan. In fact, depending on which Caravan and which options you pick, You could save up to $2,600 on the minivan that already exceeds 1998 car safety requirements. The Dodge National Minivan Sale. The place to go for people who don't know when to stop. See your nearest Dodge dealer today.
Oh, man. Look what you did. What I did? Just who do you think you are, man? Who do you think I am?
Easy, fellas. What would he do?
Oh, the Yellow Pages?
Just any Yellow Pages?
Genuine Yellow Pages.
9 out of 10 use it.
Oh, thank you. Well, thank you very much.
The genuine Bell Atlantic Yellow Pages.
Nationwide Insurance Enterprise. Nationwide is on your side. Your Nationwide agent in Horsham is James Barton.
It's another birthday celebration for the Fanatic. On Sunday, May the 1st, the Giants are in town, not the Reds. And it's a celebration for the Fanatic as all kids 14 and under receive a terrific cap featuring the Fanatic on the front, compliments of Tasty Cake. So call 463-1000 for your tickets, or stop by any of the local Ticketmaster location. We see enough of those Reds. Bring the Giants in, who are off to a good start, and the Braves are off to an unreal start as Kevin Stocker takes strike one on a breaking ball from Harkey. Stocker, Jackson, the top of the order, and Lenny Dykstra to face Harkey. 3-3 ball game in the 5th. Is it tough for your second year in the league?
Well, I think the self-inflicted pain that you put yourself through, knowing that, you know, there's a sophomore jinx they talk about. You start anticipating changes that people are going to make to start getting you out when they haven't even started doing it yet. So you put a lot of pressure on yourself in terms of going out trying to produce. And I know I saw Kevin down in spring training, and his biggest concern was he wanted to be able to hit that breaking ball that the opposing pitchers were throwing inside to him. He just hasn't figured out how to do that yet.
Fouled away. Yeah, they are coming inside a lot on him. There's no doubt about it, with both hard stuff and breaking pitches.
Right, and I think a good thing, I think Jim Fergosi and Lee Thomas both has gone to great lengths to tell Kevin that, hey, whatever you can give us offensively, we'll do. We want you to go out there and play good, consistent defense, and we think that'll help this ball club.
Charlie Hayes has it, and he throws him out. Stocker took that pitch away and hit it right at the third baseman. One out in the 5th inning for Danny Jackson, who struck out in the 2nd.
But I mean, it just takes so much for you to mentally say, hey, I don't have to hit. That's the key to this game. You grow up thinking the most important part is hitting. I don't care if someone tells you you don't have to hit. It's your pride. You want to go out there and you want to do the job offensively. And it's amazing. When you do that, everything else just falls into play.
Danny Jackson, a lifetime 112 hitter coming into today's game, takes ball 1. Fly ball shallow right field, and Mejia, the second baseman, will wave everybody off, makes the play 2 down. Sound like some good news on Tommy Green just came over the PA system, that the results of his MRI taken earlier today are normal.
Right. That's really funny in that they're normal, but your arm hurts. Your arm hurts. The good thing is doesn't appear to be a long-term problem for Tommy. There he is right there.
Right, so they just need him to work through it. Here's Dykstra, and Lenny takes the first pitch up high. He has grounded to second and fly to center. Dykstra batting .250 here early in the year with a home run, and it came off Mike Harkey at Mile High Stadium.
Tommy Green said, first thing the team tried to do was treat him, with drugs to try and get his shoulder to feel better. When that didn't work, Marone said, hey, let's go get it tested. And as a result, they had the MRI, and now I'm sure, at ease to know that it's not anything serious.
And we have no idea when his next projected start is.
Yeah,
it was Friday.
I remember you couldn't even tell when he was in town. So I know you had trouble figuring out what state he was in. So I know you don't know when he's going to be starting.
2 years ago, he won't let me up from that. 2 balls and 1 strike. I told him from now on he has to report to me when he shows up. Lenny goes back up the middle, but it's hit weakly right to the shortstop Weiss, who throws him out. Another strong inning for Mike Harkey. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left. Through 5 on opening day at the Vet. 3-3.
It's a round world, genuine and true. It keeps on spinning and you always come through. And you're giving it your best. Proud to be your bud. Budweiser. Proud to be your bud. Proud to be your bud. Ooh, yeah. Proud to be your. Proud to be your bud.
The gutsy, gritty, go-for-broke Philadelphia Phillies take on the always colorful Tommy Lasorda and the Los Angeles Dodgers Monday, April 18th at 7:35. Then again Tuesday, April 19th at 1:05 in the first of 6 business person specials. Come on, all you dudes and dudesses. Come back for more in '94. Order your tickets in advance now. Call 463-1000. That's 463-1000.
There's the Philly Fanatic. New Fanatic this year, Tom Burgoyne taking over for Dave Raymond. He'll do a great job. And he just had some fun dancing out there with some kids. And Don Zimmer, Business Person Special #1. And remember, they start now at 1 o'clock this year, 1:05, the first of 6 midweek, midday Fun in the Sun games. Tommy Lasorda and the Los Angeles Dodgers. A great way to enjoy early spring Phillies baseball. 463-1000 for your tickets. And there is your score. 3-3 as we go to the 6th. You can also stop by the Center City ticket office at Mellon PSFS Center Square building. Charlie Hayes, the batter. Charlie is 0 for 2. He struck out twice. Danny Jackson has 7 strikeouts in the game through 5.
Charlie Hayes, I mean, 2 hits and 24 at bats. That is a scuffle.
Yeah, he'll hurt somebody soon. Whew. Charlie did hit a home run the other night at Pittsburgh. Jackson gets behind him 2-0. Hayes, Burks, and Johnson to face Danny Jackson here in the 6th inning. Hard ground ball to second. Duncan boots it. Phillies have now made 10 errors, which is the highest number in the league. And the one error they made earlier today hurt them.
When you get a guy like Charlie Hayes or Galarraga, when they hit the ball on the ground, it's really picking up speed. But Mariano gets there in plenty of time, tries to backhand it right there. You just see it hop up at the last second. He got there at the same time the ball did, and it came up on him a little bit, as opposed to being there in front of it. And that's what I mean. You have trouble timing a ground ball off the bat of a big guy because that overspin just allows it to keep going faster and faster.
Ellis Burks, the batter, 0 for 1 with a walk and a line out. And the pitch is outside. I'd like to thank Maxie Patkin for stopping by, dropping off his new book, The Clown Prince of Baseball, by Max Patkin, and the Daily News is Stan Hochman.
I mean, those Hochmans, they write books or what?
They do.
He's got his daughter that has a book, Gloria Hochman. I mean, he's renowned for her work in the child psychology field.
Yeah, there's some writing genes there. 1 ball and no strikes, and Burks tires are waiting and steps out. Good luck with the book for Max and Stan. Paul Hagen of the Daily News will be coming out with a book shortly with John Kruk. One and 0 the count, and it's outside. 2-0. Neither team has had any bullpen activity. Harkey has been in little or no trouble since the 1st inning. Jackson has had some problems in the game, and he's also had some easy innings. There was John Kruk, who doubled in his 1st at bat, knocked in a run. Charlie Hayes leading off first. Burks tried to check and couldn't. It's 2-1.
Well, you know, when Jackson got in trouble in the 1st inning, it was a result of an error. So again, a ball that should have been played here in the 6th inning. We'll have to see what happens with that.
Line smash, extra bases. Thompson cuts it off, but Charlie Hayes goes to third, and Ellis Burks at second with a double, and the Rockies are in business here in the 6th inning.
I talked about Milt Thompson letting that one ball fall in. You got to give him credit for saving a run here on this one, because he goes deep into his left to make just an outstanding play to hold the runner at third base. Here you see Jackson fastball. Burks a good hitter with that extension, and he crushes this ball, but you'll see Milt Thompson coming over hard. And this is a difference right here between a run and holding the guy at third. You see how he picks it up, and that enough right there tells the third base coach, I got to hold him.
Especially with nobody out. Johnny Padra is on his way out to the mound there and have a talk with Danny Jackson. The Phillies get the bullpen up for the first time this afternoon. It's the right-hander Mike Williams. Howard Johnson the batter. 3-3 game in the 6th. Runners at second and third, nobody out. For Howard Johnson, 0 for 2. He's lined out and struck out. Infield is back.
I tell you, it's just amazing how many times you make an error and they come back to haunt you. 2 errors, and it looked like it could be problems for the Phillies here again.
Rockies have 4 400 hitters in their lineup, one of them being Burks. When you say 400, they're almost 500 hitters. Johnson, big swing and a miss. He's more of a sweeper right-handed than left-handed.
I mean, but you talk about the 400 hitters. You got the 2 guys you're expected to give you a lot of power in Charlie Hayes and Howard Johnson, who are doing absolutely nothing. So, you know, good signs offensively to come for Colorado, I'm sure, but their pitching still remains a mystery.
Now you see the base runners, Hayes and Burks. Hayes at third, Burks at second. Time is called. On deck batter is Roberto Mejia, the second baseman, and then Mike Harkey due to follow. There is Mejia. One and one. Speaking of the bullpen getting up, Phillies #1 draft choice last year, Wayne Gomes, is a guy that Phillies hope will be in their bullpen someday, and Larry Rosen's going to have a profile on him coming up after this half inning, so stay tuned. Mining the minors. Johnson fouls it off. Steve Ripley, the home plate umpire, takes this off his shin guard.
Yeah, that's, you can tell ball's going down a little bit there, and Howard Johnson is the top half of it. And, hi, Steve. Started the season.
Steve Ripley makes his home in the Clearwater area. Saw him a few times this spring.
Which condo were you in?
The rented one. Make it sound like I got all this property all over the place.
You could run for mayor down there in Clearwater. Hey, speaking of Clearwater, though, were they receptive to the Phillies this year, or what?
It's great.
It was. It was really good to see.
Terrific spring. Weather-wise, crowd-wise, everything was nice about it. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Johnson. Line drive, base hit. Howard Johnson, his first hit in a Rockies uniform, and he gives his ball club the lead with a run batted in. And Howard Johnson throws his hands up in the air. He's very excited.
Throws his hands up as if he was Joe Carter hitting the home run in the World Series. It's the ball up. Not much on it from Danny Jackson. I mean, 1 and 2. A little bit better location than that. I'm sure it probably just slipped away from him a little bit.
Johnson throwing those hands up in the air tells us, see, I told you I could get one.
Yeah, and meanwhile, pitchers see you do that and just bury it into the side of the next hitter for showing them up.
Here is Mejia with runners at the corners. Johnson can run. Been a guy throughout his career that will steal bases.
He did the 30-30 thing, didn't he, one year?
Oh, yeah. He might have done it more than once.
Mejia hitting .333. He's been doing what they can expect from him out of the 8-hole.
No balls and a strike. Still nobody out, as the Rockies have come on to take the lead here, 4-3 in the 6th inning. The run unearned as a result of the error by Duncan to start off the inning. Lined on one hop. They're going to get a double play out of this.
Boom! Did he fly or what?
Boy, Mejia really took off. I thought it was going to be a double play.
I mean, this was one of the most wicked line drives I've seen. I don't know if we're going to be able to see it, but when that ball hits, it catches Duncan going to his right, and the ball skips back to his left. He makes an excellent play just to get a glove on it. Watch this. He's going to his right, and there's the ball going back to his left. Makes a great play from the sitting position, throws to Stocker, and just give Mejia credit because he took a full swing and still got out of the box early. And they called him safe because it looked that way, but he was out.
Yeah, I thought he was out. Of course, the run scores on the play, 5-3 now. And Mejia on at first base with Harkey, who might bunt again, or attempt it. Last time he bunted into a fielder's choice. He is around to bunt, and it is down low, ball 1. Yeah, the amazing thing about that, usually when a hitter hits a ball that hard, he doesn't run real hard out of the box because, you know, he thinks he got picked.
Right, you take pretty much a full swing, and your momentum is really going the other way, and you look for it to get through. And no, but he takes off down the line. That's very important.
So Colorado now leads it 5-3 as Mejia picks up a run batted in his 3rd of the year. Harkey around the bunt. There goes the runner. A swing and a miss. Dalton has no throw. Couldn't get it out of his glove. So that'll be a stolen base for Roberto Mejia, his 2nd.
Well, give Harkey some credit on that. I'm sure everyone on the team was anticipating bunt. He draws back and then takes a swing, and that really throws Darren Dalton's timing off a little bit.
Rockies did that last week and it backfired. The runner was thrown out, but obviously it didn't deter Baylor from trying it again. It counts 1-1 on Harkey. Will now be swinging away and misses. He is 0 for 2, bunting into a fielder's choice and striking out. Rockies have now out-hit the Phillies 6-5 and lead it 5-3 in the 6th inning. Rockies led the Phillies all 3 games last week at Mile High Stadium. Struck him out. Strikeout number 8 for Danny Jackson, which equals his high in a Phillies uniform set last year on August 29th against the Cincinnati Reds. His career high is 12 when he's with Kansas City in the American League. He now has 14 strikeouts in these 2 games against the Rockies. But he trails 5-3. Walt Weiss, the batter, 1 for 3. 2 outs in the inning. Mejia leads off second base with 2 outs. Broken bat comebacker to Jackson, who'll throw him out, but damage in the inning. 2 runs, 2 hits, 1 costly error, and 1 man left on base. Rockies lead it 5-3. Time now for Mining the Minors. This afternoon, Larry Rosen has a profile of hard-throwing 1993 first-round draft pick Wayne Gomes.
Meet Wayne Gomes, thoroughbred. The Phillies' first pick last June from Old Dominion University already has the power and the glinty-eyed stare of a major league closer. The big bonus and contract, a high profile, clearly separates Gomes from most of the dreamers, but he says he must seek acceptance from his teammates every day.
Yeah, you really do have to prove yourself to them, you know. I mean, they haven't seen me pitch. They don't know what I can do. You know, they just see a guy with a lot of money, and that's really all they see, you know. But I'm a person inside, you know. I just want to get to feel them you know, me being one of the teammates and being just like a regular old guy. That's what I want to be. And I just mingle with them and hang out with them instead of hanging out with the older guys and the guys that have money too. I just hang out with them and let them know that I'm part of them. You know, I'm in the same boat they are. I was just lucky to get drafted #1.
As you saw right there, Phillies hope they'll be up here in the major leagues in a few years. More great movies are coming your way this spring on Prism. Stay tuned to Prism for hits like Dennis the Menace with Walter Matthau, Dave with Kevin Kline and Sigourney Weaver, Lost in Yonkers with Richard Dreyfuss, Made in America with Whoopi Goldberg and Ted Danson, and the family hit Free Willy. Just some of the great movies you'll see this spring on Prism.
You know, Chris Wayne Gomes was down in the big league camp, and the guys were raving about his stuff. You know, you'll see a lot of these guys, regardless of how good they are in college or anything, come in there and they're nervous being around the major league guys.
Tough situation for Gomes as Duncan leads it off outside. That's part of his deal signing last year to go to big league camp. Really shouldn't even been there. Had no chance, obviously, to make the club. And tough for a kid to know how to act. And the best thing for him to do is to get cut and go to the minors and pitch.
The experience is very important, and I mean, and it showed. Here's a guy with excellent stuff, but when he was out there on the mound facing major league hitters, you know, he just didn't have a clue. But I'm sure once he gets his composure, gets everything under control, gets some experience, he's going to be a good one.
Duncan, Kruk, and Hollins will face Mike Harkey in the 6th inning. Duncan fouls another one. Harkey has settled into a nice groove since the 1st inning when the Phillies tagged him for 3. They had hits from 4 out of 5 batters to produce 3 runs, starting with Duncan's 1-out single. Bobby Munoz, who has not pitched since last week at Mile High Stadium when he pitched 3 innings, starts to loosen. Duncan, a line smash. What a play by Weiss. That's one of the reasons they got Walt Weiss, to shore up their defense, and he makes a terrific play there, 1 away.
Harkey gets away with a mistake, not happy with the location on this pitch at all, and Duncan just tees off on it. Weiss is right there. At the shortstop position, you have the ability to anticipate, based on the location of the pitch, where you want to lean, and that's what Weiss was able to do, and he happened to be right there for him. But a mistake that time by Harkey that Weiss saved him on.
John Kruk, the batter. Got the Phillies off to an emotional start in the 1st inning when he doubled and knocked in a run to tie the score at 1. He grounded out to short in the 3rd.
Thunderous ovation from the fans when they introduced him at the start of the ceremonies to give out the rings.
He's amazing.
I tell you, it's, you know, you talk about guys rolling right out of bed and being able to hit. John Kruk is one. He does all kinds of things up at the plate with his bat, and you think he doesn't know what he's doing. But for one thing, look at his balance right there, folks. Right where he finishes, straight up, complete control of his body, and just puts an excellent swing on the ball.
Now the Rockies bullpen has been a problem for them with an ERA over 9. Phillies torched them last week, and Bruce Ruffin, the former Phil, is up and throwing now in the left field bullpen. There is Ruffin, the Texas Longhorn. Hollins, the batter. Dave had a ground rule double and a run knocked in the 1st inning. Grounded the 2nd last time up. Breaking ball misses high. Harkey went 7 against the Phillies last week. 7 hits, 3 earned runs, walking 3, striking out 5. Lifetime against the Phils, this right-hander's 1-1, 7 in 6 games. Fouled away by Hollins into the upper deck. On deck batters Darren Dalton. Hollins coming into the game at .353 left-handed, 600 from the right side.
It's not too bad.
Phillies have not seen many lefties. Line drive and a base hit for Hollins. Kruk will have to stop at 2nd as Burks gets it back in. The Walt Weiss's play is huge in this inning. The Phillies have 2 on and 1 out for Dalton with a left-hander roughing up.
When Dave Hollins is hitting the ball well, what he'll do, I mean, the pitch he hit was up a little bit, could have been a little out of the strike zone, didn't try and pull that ball or try and do too much hit with it, but just place it out in the left center.
It's Larry Bernard, the pitching coach, on the way to the mound.
Well, You got to be more than a pitching coach with a team like the Rockies. And I say that not because the arms are bad, but because pitching in those conditions that you have to pitch in at Mile High Stadium, you know, it's just not fair. When you think about an expansion team having to go with not the top pitchers in the league, you can't expect those pitchers to know how to adjust to pitch to be successful there.
And he does not make the pitching changes, so Harkey is going to stay in to pitch to Dalton. Dalton last week off Ruffin was 1 for 1 with an RBI and a walk and 2 at-bats off the left-hander. So Darren will bat now against Mike Harkey. Dutchess fly to center, single to right. Phillies with 2 on and 1 out and trail it by 2 here in the 6th inning. Oof. Right down the middle.
Well, that's a confidence you want as a hitter. I can take one and still wear him out.
Breaking ball, and this one's low, 1-1. Take a look at the base runners. John Kruk on at second as he takes a look at where the outfielders are positioned, and Dave Hollins at first base. There's that fastball. It ran back, I guess. Dalton thought it was inside, and it's 1-2.
See, when Harkey's away, like the pitch before was an off-speed pitch away. Now it looks like it's coming right at you. And you see how it freezes him?
It's good movement.
It is. It is. It's a tough play. It's a tough pitch to make because if you don't get it or if you leave it too far back over the plate, that ball is going to take a long ride, especially off the bat of a guy like Darren Dalton.
Deep to right center field. Home run, Darren Dalton, way out of here. And the Phillies lead it 6-5. And that baby took that deep ride that Gary Maddox just talked about.
He got it again right over the plate. He pitched them inside before, then tried to go away with a nothing fastball, and Darren was all over it. Good piece of hitting. You can tell, Chris, you mentioned he took the first pitch right down the middle. He feels pretty good about the way he's swinging the bat. You see the pitch supposedly outside. Didn't run away enough. That's a trouble you can get into when you rely on movement. If you don't get it all the way away or inside enough, you're going to be in trouble.
Second three-run homer for Dalton in 2 days, and the Phillies are back on top by a run. And he crushed that baby. And Dutch is coming out for a curtain call. It's his 3rd homer of the year.
Well, I tell you, it's contrast from last year. He wasn't getting that curtain call early on, was he?
You know, Gary, that's a problem that Don Baylor's in too right now. You know, his bullpen has hurt him so much. You know, he probably wanted to use a left-hander there against Dalton. His starter starting to tire a little bit here. You know, the shortstop picks 1 ball, then 2 base hits. He doesn't make the change, and the starter gives up the home run.
Chris, that's an excellent observation. I mean, you could tell he wanted to do that when he sent Bernard up there.
Eisenreich grounds to short, and there are now 2 outs. He's just, Don Baylor, you know, he knows what he wants to do, but he's really caught in between right now.
Right. And it's all part of, there's a whole different strategy involved in managing an expansion ball club. He's going through that for a number of reasons, lack of personnel, all kinds of things. And, you know, you give Don Baylor a lot of credit for having the patience.
Milt Thompson with a shot to center. Back goes Burks. It is over his head. Bounces off the wall on one hop, and Milt has a stand-up double. And by the way, before we forget, we'd like to thank our good friends from Cento who are donating money for each home run this year, a couple $100 for that home run hit by Darren Dalton.
Well, yeah. Here again, here's Milt Thompson's base hit. It's a line drive. The hardest play for a center fielder. Look at Burks where he goes first. He has to go to his left, but the ball off the bat of a left-hander is going back the other way. So he overruns it a little bit, not able to get back in time.
Phillies have exploded in this inning now as Harkey had been shutting them down, but they now have 4 hits. They scored 3 times, and they're going to walk Stocker with Jackson in the on-deck circle and the Phillies bullpen quiet.
I'll say what happened to Burks is the same thing that happened to Bill Thompson, and I think it happens whenever a team, I mean, You fight hard for the whole game. You have the lead in one pitch. It's all over. You have to let down just a little bit. It's the winning teams that are playing for something that can fight through that and keep that concentration. But Burks, I think, had he been alert, could have made that play.
I think he froze on it a little bit too. A little indecision.
I mean, that's what happened. You're out there and you're thinking, you know, what you did in your at bat or what happened before, and then it requires just a split second for you to remember where you were as soon as the ball's hit. That's what cost him at that time.
And now Danny Jackson's coming out of the game, and Tony Longmire will bat for him. Phillies had nobody up in the pen, so Don Baylor figured he could walk Stocker, and Jackson was going to hit. And now they'll get Munoz was up earlier, as was Mike Williams. So here comes Tony Longmire out as a pinch hitter. That left-hander Ruffin remains up in the bullpen.
Change will be made now. Baylor will bring in Ruffin to pitch Longmire.
And here comes Don Baylor making his way to the mound. He points to the bullpen. He wants the left-hander Ruffin. And we have a pitching change now from Veterans Stadium in the bottom of the 6th inning. The Phillies lead it by a run.
The Phillies try to knock the Giants down to size Friday, April 29th at 7:35, Saturday, April 30th at 7:05, and Sunday, May 1st at 1:35, when it's the Fanatic's birthday. And kids 14 and under get a free cap with a Fanatic on front, compliments of tasty cake. Then our guys try to turn the Padres into pansies Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, May 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, all at 7:35. For tickets, call 463-1000.
You can't use a mobile phone to tell your boss you're running late.
He said 2:45, right?
To tell your client you're stuck in traffic.
What, where is he?
Or tell your wife your car's broken down.
Temperature dropping rapidly towards this evening. The showers.
Unless
Hello?
the call goes through. A mobile phone is only as good as the system it's on. Choose Bell Atlantic Mobile.
Here's the blow that put the Phillies ahead. Darren Dalton all over a Harkey fastball. He knows it's gone. Harkey definitely knows it's gone, and it's really a downer for the Colorado Rockies, who had tried to get a 5-3 lead. See, there's Harkey right there. Down on himself, did the best he could. He doesn't want to hear it from anybody now. There it is, like, that's contentment, isn't it?
Imagine having that kind of ability and looking like that.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. He's got good ability.
Here's Ruffin. There you see the numbers on Bruce. Most of those numbers against the Phillies, with an earned run average of 8 coming into game number 5. And now Ricky Jordan will come out and bat for Tony Longmire as Jim Fregosi.
So you talk about looks, Chris. I'd much rather have your personality. Can't have it all, but I'd rather have your personality.
Thank you, I think. Ricky Jordan, the batter, who had been the Phillies' regular first baseman up until yesterday when Duncan played. Ricky had a great year as a pinch hitter last year for the Phillies. Jordan pinch hit in the ballgame yesterday, was 0 for 1. Facing Bruce Ruffin. And the pitch is grounded foul. Phillies have 2 on, 2 outs, 3 runs in here in the 6th inning, and have taken a 6-5 lead in a very exciting home opener. The runners are Kevin Stocker at first base and Milt Thompson on at second.
But I tell you, if you want to describe the way Ricky Jordan handles this adversity, you have to say he's the ultimate professional, the consummate professional.
He didn't like that. 0-2. Next Phillies pitcher will be Bobby Munoz, who pitched 3 scoreless innings last week against the Rockies at Mile High and picked up a save in that wild final game there. Bounces up there away from Girardi, but he gets to it quickly. Nobody can advance. No sense in taking a chance with 2 outs anyway. What a franchise the Colorado Rockies are. Drew over 4 million. Boy, do they love them out there, too. It's like a picnic when you go to those games. A ball and 2 strikes on Ricky Jordan. Fouled it foot at the plate, and the count remains 1-2. Ricky had an at-bat off Ruffin last week and walked against Bruce.
Here's that. Look at Jordan's back leg. The ball bounces down and comes up and hit him. But Bruce Ruffin throws, when he's throwing well, he's not throwing hard, but he's turning the ball over and sinking it away, and it causes a lot of foul balls.
Down and in, misses. 2-2. Nobody up in the Colorado bullpen. Dykstra, another left-handed batter, waits on deck. Ooh, that one almost got Boa. Ooh, and the ball girl. That was hit hard.
Good location that time by Bruce Ruffin. When you put the ball that far inside and the guy swings at it, there's Larry. He got hit by one this year, didn't he?
Florida, they were firing him out of that. And it always happened because there was a runner on second, so he's got to stay up. You know, if he was nobody on second, he'd be down there by Eric Gregg.
He's just getting old.
2-2.
Old and short.
And Ruffin goes away from Jordan for the first time. Boa liked that. There's Eric Gregg. You see where he is. Boa would like to be down there with him.
Yeah, they are. I tell you, I had such a good time in spring training this year. And one of the highlights for me is really walking around the diamond with Larry Boa, hearing him, and you were out there too, hearing him explain the base running, the fundamentals of doing that, and what he looks for as a coach. Just very informative. And he and John Vukovic are as good as coaches as I've seen.
I try and listen to that every year, and you learn something different every time you go out there with them. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Because you're usually in Fragosi's pocket wherever he is. You're in his unit.
Well, he'd pay $100 an hour for what I do for him. Ooh, low, and a good look by Ricky Jordan. So he's run the string out. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Thompson will be off from second, and Stocker from first on the pitch. It's been a typical Phillies Rockies game. A wild offensive show. 6-5 Phillies in the 6th inning. There go the runners. Swing and a miss at a breaking ball. Jordan thought he fouled it. Ripley says no, and that's going to do it. That'll end the inning, but the Phillies take the lead with 3 runs, 4 hits, no errors, 2 men left on base. 6-5 Phils.
There's a new kind of energy around here. A company that can meet your energy needs well into the next century without building even one new plant, which means no large increase in the cost of your service. A company whose oil-fired generators will also run on natural gas. Another way to help keep your bill down. There's a new energy company around here, and a new name. Pico Energy, focusing our energies on you.
On April 22nd, somewhere in the desert, nuclear arms are going to be tested. Budweiser presents Evander Holyfield, heavyweight champion versus Michael Moorer, the #1 contender. Live from Caesars Palace, only on pay-per-view. Call your local cable operator to order. Find a television and take shelter.
The most unexpected friendship of the season.
I gotta look out for Willie, and I gotta do what's best for him. Understand?
If we don't get Willie into water soon, he's gonna die. Nobody steals a whale.
We gotta hurry! He's not doing so good!
Don't let that whale get away!
Go, Willie, go!
The greatest adventure of the year. Free Willie.
Want a keychain and a replica of the Phillies National League Championship ring? If you're 14 and under, you can get one free thanks to Subway. When the Phillies ring-a-ding the Reds, Sunday, April 17th at 1:35. Free keychain and ring. Call 463-1000.
And back here at Veterans Stadium. The Phils ahead by a run, 6-5, thanks to Darren Dalton's 3-run home run. New pitcher for the Phillies, the big right-hander Roberto Bobby Munoz, coming into game number 3. All of them against the Colorado Rockies. Had one shaky outing, then a good one last week when he pitched 3 scoreless innings to pick up a save. The Phillies lead at 6-5, and back for more play-by-play here in the 7th inning, Todd Cowles.
Thank you very much, Wheels. And the Phils in an unfamiliar position, at least in 1994, and that is leading at the end of 6 innings. First time all year long the Phils have had the lead heading to the 7th, and here is Joe Girardi. He's the first batter to face Bobby Munoz. Big right-hander's delivery is a fastball inside for a ball, 1-0. Heard you guys discussing the dilemma Don Baylor had last inning. Certainly the wheels were turning, but tough to go to the bullpen after what happened in that first outing between the Phils and the Rockies at Mile High.
Yeah, that's what he just doesn't know quite what to do right now. He knows percentage-wise what he'd like to do, but he's just not sure what his players are going to do for him.
Right now, Jim Fregosi hopes his pitcher will throw a strike, and he does on the outside corner. It's 2-1. Bobby Munoz, 6'7", 237-pounder, 26 years of age. Born in Puerto Rico, now residing in Dallas, Texas. He gets Joe Girardi to send a slow grounder to third. Tough play, Hollins. He throws wild to first. Girardi heading to second. That'll be the 3rd error on the Phillies, all within the infield. An error by Kevin Stocker led to a run in the 1st. An error by Mariano Duncan led to a run in the 6th. And now Dave Hollins, who has had trouble with that throw from third this year. All his throws that have been errors have been to the left side of first base.
Yeah, that ball took off again on him. He threw it away. And 3 errors. You see Hollins shaking his head. And Girardi, no matter what he does, he gets on base. He's been on twice today on errors. 3 errors by the infield. And they have hurt so far.
Of the 5 runs allowed by Danny Jackson, just 3 of them were earned. Now the tying runs on second base with nobody out, and here's Dante Bichette. First pitch is high and inside for a ball, 1-0. Bichette did a lot of damage against Danny Jackson in the first outing. Today he doubled home, or actually doubled Girardi to third. Girardi would score on a pass ball. 1 for 3 with a run scored, but he struck out twice against Danny Jackson, who struck out 8 in 6 innings. Bobby Munoz, 1-0 pitch is popped down the right field side. That's heading to the crowd.
Now Dante Bichette is not going to try and necessarily hit the ball to the right side. You don't want your 3-hole hitter to do that. You want him to drive it, but his natural swing is to the right side, and he might be able to move a runner over just trying to drive the ball somewhere, which is normal for him.
Joe Girardi on second base. He represents the tie game at this point. Phillies leading 6-5 on the second 3-run home run by Darren Dalton in as many days. Here's the 1-1 pitch. That ball sent into right center field. Hit well. Lenny Dykstra back. That's going to find the wall on one hop. Joe Girardi rounds third. He will cruise home, and we are all tied up at 6.
That's what I was just talking about.
Is that right center field power?
He's just trying to, that's his normal swing, so he rockets one towards the gap in right center and gets the job done and more. Here's Bobby Munoz going away from him. A fastball, and Dante Bichette loves to hit the ball the other way, and he's so strong he just rips it right in the alley. So the 3rd error of the game, and all 3 of them have scored.
Half of the Rockies' runs have been unearned, but they're on the board nonetheless. There you see the line score, the big 3 in the error column. Not very good news for Phillies fans. Here's Andres Galarraga. He sends a grounder to Kevin Stocker. Bichette has to stay. Stocker makes the play, and there's one away.
Now that is a play right there that really helps the Phillies, because Galarraga did not hit the ball the other way.
There you see the homestand coming up. The Rockies in for 2 more days. Rockies got rained out yesterday. They'll have an off day tomorrow, and then Wednesday and Thursday back here at the Vet. 7:35 starts. Then the Reds and Davey Johnson in for the weekend. 7:35 on Friday, back to 7:05 Saturday, and the Sunday afternoon starting time of 1:35. Here's Charlie Hayes. He reached on an error and scored his last time up. He's also struck out twice. 0 for 3. The pitch inside from Bobby Munoz for a ball, 1-0.
Bichette's getting a huge lead off second. He's not a guy you would think would run, but they want to take a look at him getting back there a little bit so that he can't score real easily on a ball hit to the outfield.
Mariano Duncan not far away from the second base bag either, making sure he keeps Bichette honest. There you see Duncan. We're all tied up at 6. A little bit of cloud cover now as the sun is tucked behind the clouds momentarily. The 1-0 pitch to Charlie Hayes is outside for a ball. It's 2-0.
Phillies have Roger Mason in their bullpen.
There you see the clouds that have wafted over the vet. Still a very pleasant day for this home opener. Fans have enjoyed a lot of runs, which is pretty typical with these two teams. Next pitch is in the dirt, gets away from Dalton momentarily. Now Bichette's hung up. The throw to second, not in time. Pretty nice job by Dante Bichette to get back. Dalton hesitated, and in doing so, Bichette was just able to get inside the tag made by Mariano Duncan.
Dalton figured he was going to run at him and freeze him. Watch, see, he's going to run right there and hope to freeze him, but Bichette breaks quickly, and his throw is late, and he gets back. And that's another play where they should have had him out at second base. There's no doubt about it. The defense today has not been very good. See, what you don't want to do is throw right away behind him, because then the runner will go to third. So you try to freeze him, but Bichette got out of it.
Bichette did break in a hurry out of that freeze and enabled himself to stay alive at second. The count's now 3-0 on Charlie Hayes. There goes the runner on 3-0, and the pitch is popped up, and giving a look is Dalton, but running out of room.
I think the Rockies are, you know, Dante Bichette is not a guy who's going to steal bases, Todd, and that's why we mentioned what a big lead he had at second. I mean, Munoz has to turn around and look at him, and now Duncan is coming in to tell him that, hey, you know, this guy's going way off. You got to turn around and freeze him.
Phil's first look, or at least Phillies fans here at the vet's first look at Bobby Munoz, acquired from the Yankees, along with Kevin Jordan in that trade for Terry Mulholland.
Bobby Munoz speaks perfect English, but he might have gotten a lecture in Spanish.
Segundo. Take a look at second. Now he is. A prolonged stare. The 3-1 pitch is outside and low for a ball. So the Rockies now have runners on first and second, one away. Ellis Burks, who extended his hitting streak his last time up to the plate. There's the Phil's pitching coach, Johnny Padres, who is going to have a word with his 26-year-old right-hander who is struggling. Without any help, though, from the defense, as the first run of this inning was due to the error by Dave Hollins. Joe Girardi came around to score on the double by Dante Bichette. Don't forget about the great sports debate coming up Tuesday night. The Phillies are back. The Eagles were sold. What will Phillies' favorite foursome have to say about these and other profound issues of the day? Well, you can find out if you tune in at 6:30 on the great sports debate. 60 minutes of the wildest sports talk on TV right here on Prism. Johnny Padres has had his say, and here's Ellis Burks. Burks has hit in all 6 games as a Colorado Rocky, including a double his last time up. That pitch misses low for a ball, 1-0, and this is something with Bobby Munoz we're a little bit leery of, is his control. He has walked a lot throughout his career, including 26 last year and 45 innings worth of New York Yankees work. He takes a look at second base. That's the go-ahead run. The pitch is sent in the air to center field, and Lenny Dykstra has a track on it. Tagging at second is Bichette. Dykstra makes the catch. Also tagging is Hayes, but that's a bluff. Bichette gets to third. The Rockies have runners on the corners, but now there's 2 away, and Howard Johnson steps to the plate.
Ellis Burks is thinking, boy, this is a home run in Denver. He hits it pretty well. It's a slider up, getting it off the end of the bat just a little bit, but he knows in the, you know, a regular sized ballpark, the way this one is, that's just going to go to a deep part of the yard and stay there.
It's a dangerous situation here for Bobby Munoz, a hard-throwing right-hander. Howard Johnson likes the heat, likes the fastball, and he obviously, as we mentioned earlier, has the better power hitting left-handed. How about that reaction his last hit?
Yeah.
He was on an 0 for 15 skid with 9 strikeouts. He knocked in a run with a single his last time up. Raised his arms. His first hit as a Rocky. Now he has a chance to give Colorado the lead. The pitch is taken for a called strike, 0-1.
Bobby Munoz throws a slider and curveball, and that looked like a hard-breaking ball that he threw there.
Munoz trying to keep this game tied at 6. We're in the top half of the 7th inning. Phillies had the first lead of the season at the end of 6 innings, but it didn't last very long. 0-1 pitch. In the third, Darren Daulton saved the go-ahead run. That was way inside on Johnson. Daulton made a very nice play.
Yeah, he really has to move quickly. That was a breaking ball, took a bounce, and he caught it. He didn't have time, it looked like, to shift on that one. He had to reach out and grab it.
There's Darren. Runners on the corners. Bichette at third, Hayes at first, and 2 away. Opening day 1994 here at the Vet. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Daulton wants to call a breaking ball, Todd, because you know, Howard Johnson has so much trouble with off speed, and yet you know he's a little bit leery of Munoz bouncing one up there the way that he did before. That was a good breaking pitch he just threw. They don't want to give in and throw Johnson a fastball in this spot where he can beat you. See if he calls another breaking pitch.
Munoz gets the sign. He's ahead 1-2. The pitch inside, bounces up there. Charlie Hayes was on the move anyhow, so he'll probably get a stolen base. The count goes to 2-2 on Howard Johnson. So now there's no force at second. With 2 outs, the count's even. There you see the runners. Phils and the Rockies tied at 6. Home opener for the Phils. This is the 3rd opener Colorado has been involved in. Obviously, they opened up at home, Mile High Stadium. They opened 3 Rivers for the Pirates. Now they open up the Vet for the Phillies. Their lone win on the season coming against Pittsburgh at 3 Rivers. Colorado 1-4. Big pitch here for Munoz. Swing and a foul, staying alive. It actually caught the foot of home plate umpire Steve Ripley.
It's a really tough spot for Daulton. It was, you know, he bounced one the pitch before that, and it almost got away. Howard Johnson, even at this point where you wonder, you know, how much he has left, you still don't want him to hit a fastball here if you can avoid it. And yet he's worried that he's going to bounce a breaking ball up there and let the run in anyway.
Johnson, you saw him call time at the last moment. Munoz was already on the rubber, but time was called. We're in the 7th, tied at 6. 2 outs, 2 on. 2-2 the count. That pitch misses high with a fastball, and we have run to a full count. Roberto Mejia on deck. Howard Johnson, a lot more power as a left-handed hitter. Jim Fregosi started the inning with the lead. He now sees a tie score and hopes that the troops come into the dugout at the end of this half inning with a tie score. Here's the full count pitch. He stays alive. Good slider by Munoz, but Howard Johnson stays alive at 3-2.
Yeah, they have a base open here, and they threw another breaking ball, 3-2 breaking ball there. Mason continues to throw in the Phillies bullpen, and Mejia, the on-deck batter, right-handed batter. Just don't think he's going to give him a fastball. There is Mejia, and you saw Mason warming.
Munoz gets the sign. Full count pitch. Breaking ball low inside, and the bases are full of Rockies.
Fergosi's going to go to the experience of Mason now with 2 outs.
2 outs, bases jammed. He's going to go from one big right-hander to another. This one with a little more experience. There he is, Roger Mason, former Padre, now coming over to the Phillies last season and on to the Phillies mound this afternoon. Mason for Munoz, top of the 7th. Back with more after this.
There's a new kind of energy around here. A company that can meet your energy needs well into the next century without building even one new plant, which means no large increase in the cost of your service. A company whose oil-fired generators will also run on natural gas. Another way to help keep your bill down. There's a new energy company around here, and a new name. Pico Energy, focusing our energies on you.
It's the dawn of a new generation. The new generation of clean gasoline. A breakthrough in technology from Texaco that can clean up over time what came before. An advanced system of engine cleaning in every octane grade for the highest performance, lower emissions, and improved mileage. Texaco introduces the gasoline that's changing what gasoline can do. New Clean System 3. Give us 60 days and watch what can happen.
There's the new Phillies pitcher. He's 6'6" Roger Mason, the right-hander. Comes in for Bobby Munoz in a difficult situation. Bases loaded, tie game, 2 outs. There's what he's done for the Phils this year. 2 previous appearances. He has a win this year, 4 innings worth. 6 hits, a walk, a couple of strikeouts. In fact, all 3 wins by the Phillies in 1994 have come from the bullpen. And once again today, if the Phillies are to win, it will be a win given to the bullpen. Mason takes over for Munoz. Bobby lasts less than an inning, 2/3 to be exact. He allowed 2 walks, 1 RBI double. Joe Girardi scored the lone run thus far in the inning. And that was an unearned run as he reached on an error.
Phillies have made 3 errors today. All 3 runners have scored, too. So you're looking at a 6-6 ball game that shouldn't be that close. And it's because of the shaky defense.
And all 3 runners on board would be unearned runs from Mr. Munoz since the error started the inning, and now there's 2 away. But ERAs are not of concern right now. Winning the ball game is, and the Phils are tied at 6. And here's Roberto Mejia. He has walked, flied to center, and hit an absolute BB that went as a fielder's choice as he somehow beat out the double play relay from Duncan to Stocker. Now bases loaded, 2 outs. The pitch is outside for a ball, 1-0. Mason will throw everything hard.
A lot of sliders and forkballs.
A lot of balls that Darren Dalton will have to be aware of. Could be low. He had to block a couple with a runner on third from Bobby Munoz. He may have to do the same with Roger Mason. Bases loaded with Rockies. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Tried to hold up. It's a called strike anyhow. 1-1.
And he is kind of a pull-off hitter, and Mason with that sweeping breaking ball got him to really pull off there and take one.
Mejia drove in a run with that fielder's choice. Gave Colorado a 5-3 lead at the time. We're now tied at 6. The pitch. Breaking ball stays up high. It's 2-1. There's John Vanderwall, acquired by the Rockies late in the spring. He's on deck if the inning is kept alive by Mejia. He will pinch hit for Bruce Ruffin if that's the case. Here's the 2-1 pitch. That's a good slider on the inside corner. 2-2. Mejia was backing off.
And that bent his knees. He really froze on that one. He thought it was the ball was going to hit him out of Mason's hand, or it was going to be inside.
Now Roger Mason can work out of this jam. Bases are full. The count is 2-2. Just a little bit high, ball 3. Another slider. This one stayed a little upstairs, and now it's a full count. 6-6 game. Dante Bichette on third. Charlie Hayes on second. Howard Johnson on first. And this is part of the Heart Attack Tour. Full count to Roberto Mejia. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Great slider, gets some chasing. He slams the bat down, does Mejia. Roger Mason gets out of trouble here in the 7th. 7th inning stretch time at the vet. We're all tied up on Prism Sports.
You can't use a mobile phone to tell your boss you're running late.
He said 2:45, right?
To tell your client you're stuck in traffic.
Where is he?
Or tell your wife your car's broken down.
Temperature dropping rapidly towards this evening. The showers.
Unless
Hello?
the call goes through. A mobile phone is only as good as the system it's on. Choose Bell Atlantic Mobile.
When we introduced the Dodge National Minivan Sale, we knew people would like getting great option discounts on the minivan that already exceeds 1998 car safety requirements, just like they've always enjoyed air at no extra charge with the Caravan Family Value Package. But when people hear that their savings can total $2,600, well, we're taking appropriate measures. See your nearest Dodge dealer today.
Hello? Yo, did you mean to take that charge? Yo, my man. LJ, I found this over there. Were these your shoes? If you get better, you might want to get some Tarmacs by Converse. You know, Converse? You're wrong, man. They got a real mean outsole to give you real good traction on the outdoor court. You know, helps you to get out of the way of things. Tell me that's the move, man. Yo, can you move it on? You can't stay here, okay?
Hi, I'm Dick Vermeil with a Blue Cross Blue Shield health tip. Are all teeth important? Baby teeth help your children learn to speak properly. They also reserve space for permanent teeth. They prevent development of bite problems or overcrowding of permanent teeth.
Lenny Dykstra leads off the bottom half of the 7th inning and takes a pitch high from Bruce Ruffin, 1-0. Ruffin stays in the game after a pinch hitter was waiting on deck, but Roberto Mejia struck out to end the inning. Here's another pitch low to Lenny Dykstra. It's 2-0.
This is where Lenny Dykstra goes into his get-on-base mode against Bruce Ruffin, who has had trouble with him throughout his career, and he walks him a lot. And that's what Lenny's looking to do right now, get on base in a tie game.
Here's the 2-0 pitch way up high, ball 3-0.
Nothing unusual. When Ruffin faces Dykstra, he has a lot of trouble pitching to Lenny.
You walked Lenny Dykstra in that 2-run 7th inning in the very first game of the season. And here he walks Lenny Dykstra on 4 pitches to start the 7th. There's the Bear, Larry Bernard, who is certainly not excited about those 4 pitches from Bruce Ruffin.
I don't think this is necessarily a bunt situation either, Todd, for the reason being that you have another left-handed batter on deck in Kruk. So if you bunt him over, then you go left-left, and Duncan is very good at hitting the ball to right and right center field. That doesn't mean he won't bunt, but Cifergosi enough times with Duncan not bunting these situations. Charlie Hayes thinks he's going to bunt. He's way up.
Keith Shepard taking a seat after warming up in the bullpen. Here's a called strike, 0-1. 6-6 ball game, bottom half of the 7th. Lenny Dykstra on first base, 4-pitch walk, setting the table as he can do so well for the Phils here in the bottom of the 7th. 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 0-2. Bruce Ruffin, former Philly, last year had an incredible string. And it actually happened right after he was hit on the foot by Darren Dalton line drive. He went 10 no-hit innings out of the bullpen after that incident. Here's a pop fly foul, first base side, long run Mejia. He runs out of room. Ball bounced in territory, playable territory, but Mejia couldn't get there in time. Well, the count's still 0-2 on Mariano Duncan. Duncan singled and scored a run, struck out and lined out on a nice play by Walt Weiss that prevented what could have been even a bigger inning, the Phillies scoring 3 times in the 6th.
You see Duncan wants to hit the ball the other way, but now with 2 strikes on him, it's a little tougher.
Throw to first, Dykstra gets back. Lenny's 2 for 2 this year in the stolen base department. There's Ruffin. He's used to big crowds here at the vet. In fact, his first ever big league win was back in 1986 in front of a crowd of over 60,000 on fireworks night, July 3rd. He almost hits Mariano Duncan, and that's certainly not what he wanted to do.
No, well, he sees him diving into the ball, Todd. You know, Duncan, as I mentioned, is trying to go the other way, and he dives into the pitch, so it looks closer than it is.
Yeah, didn't miss the plate by all that much, but
good pitch by Ruffin if he wants to go back away from him now.
He has him set up for the outside, but instead he goes to first base. Dykstra easily back. You know, Mike Harkey in 5 2/3 innings didn't pitch all that badly, which sounds strange because he allowed 6 earned runs. But after that shaky first, he settled in until the Darren Dalton 3-run home run.
Now, they were starting to get him a little bit there in that 6th inning when the line drive was caught by Weiss and then a couple of hits. And then he made the mistake to Dalton out over the plate.
There's a fanatic, and he also has the new blue hat on these day games, trying to get the crowd revved up. 1-2 pitches fouled out of play. Once again, the Phillies and the Rockies turn it over to their respective bullpens. We saw this 3 times at Mile High Stadium, and it was Phillies bullpen 3, Rockies bullpen nothing.
Here is John Kruk, as we mentioned. If Duncan were to bunt here, then you'd have a left-left situation. Sometimes the manager will toss the book aside and say, I want to go with my personnel and use them the way that I think I can use them best. And in this case, he has a lot of faith in Duncan doing something here for him as opposed to bunting with him.
No action in the Rockies bullpen. With the meat of the Phillies order due up, Kruk, Hollins, and Dalton to follow Duncan. 1-2 pitch popped up. This one will find the seats as well. Girardi gives it a look, but it's about 6 rows back into the first section, first row of the 200 section. Still 1-2 on Mariano Duncan. There's Ruffin. He's 30 years of age. Born in Lubbock, Texas, now residing in Austin, Texas. Pitching in the stadium where he broke in with the Phillies in 1986. There's Lenny Dykstra on first. Another 1-2 pitch is due. Swing and a miss and a good slider. And strikeout number 2 for Ruffin. Both outs he's recorded have been strikeouts. And the hand you hear from the 58,627 is for John Kruk.
Bruce Ruffin, as Todd said, a breaking ball there, and Duncan swings over it, so he was not able to get any movement out of the base runner, Dykstra.
All John Kruk has done in his first game of the season is double, knock in a run, score a run, single, score a run. 2 for 3, an RBI, 2 runs scored. And he was just a weekend away from any kind of baseball activity at all. 3 games in Reading, and now his first game of the '94 season, and he's right back in the flood.
Ruffin is really concerned with Dykstra. Bruce does not have a good move to first, and he's fairly slow to the plate. So he's doing everything he can to keep him close at first. Lenny has shown no signs of running as of yet.
Ruffin with 2 strikeouts of the 2 batters he has retired. Here's the pitch to Kruk, high for a ball, 1-0. Had a dominating save last year against the Houston Astros. He got 9 strikeouts in just 4 innings, so he can strike people out when he is on. There's a good pitch, swing and miss, 1-0.
Well, Ruff has a good slider. When he really pulls on it and gets it to dive in the strike zone. His problem over the years has been his breaking ball gets a little bit flat. And he is a tremendous competitor, Ruffin. It's good to see him still in the big leagues. He was with Milwaukee for a while.
Throw to first again, and Dykstra really doesn't have that big a lead. So he's been getting back rather easily. We're in the bottom half of the 7th inning. Glad you could join us on this first ever home opener on Prism. Quite a ball game. 6-6. Leads going back and forth. Pitch misses to Kruk. It's 2-1.
I think Lenny really wants to leave the hole for Kruk over there too, Todd. Hoping that maybe Kruk can hit a ball in the hole and get him over to third base. That's another reason why he hasn't thought about running yet. And there you see that big hole on the right side.
Weiss cheating up the middle at short. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Swing and miss, and Kruk's talking to himself at home plate. It's 2-2.
Well, that's tough when you haven't played, and all of a sudden you're facing a big league left-hander and a hard slider. His first at-bats were against the right-hander, and it makes all the difference in the world.
There's Dykstra, 4-pitch walk. Throw over there, and he's back easily. Ruffin's ready. Another throw over. Talk about Ruffin coming over to the Rockies. He was a free agent, as was the starter, Mike Harkey. That could pose a problem for Colorado in the future, is getting free agent pitchers to want to pitch in Denver.
Oh, yeah.
Even though Coors Field will be ready next year. The 2-2 pitch is low and outside. Ball 3, 3-2.
Interesting decision now on Lenny Dykstra, and the odds are good. In my opinion, he will run here. As I mentioned, Ruffin is slow to the plate. He might throw a slider, which is a tougher pitch for Girardi to throw on, even if Kruk were to strike out on it.
He goes. The pitch is grounded in the hole. Right side, base hit. Dykstra makes the turn. He gets to third easily. And John Kruk is 3 for 4 in his return to the big leagues. What a hitter.
Yeah, and there's that hole he had on the right side that you know, they wanted him to have that hole, and he finally winds up whacking one right through it. Galarraga holding Dykstra on, and here goes the ball right through the hole. As you said, what a day for Kruk. Unbelievable.
Rolling out of bed. 3 hits, 4 at bats, 750 on the early season, and he has set it up for Dave Hollins. Infield is back in the middle, looking for 2. We're all tied at 6. Hollins, an RBI WC. He has scored a couple of runs.
He is 1 for 1 off Ruffin this year.
And he fouls one back just above the press level. There's the story. 3 of those 6 runs by the Rockies are unearned because of that number in the bottom right part of your screen. 3 errors by the Phillies. A chance for Dave Hollins to make amends. He committed one of the errors that led to a run.
Looked like too many people left.
Full house today at the vet. There's a called strike on the inside corner. No balls and 2 strikes. Ruffin quickly ahead. Darren Dalton with 2 3-run home runs in the last 2 games waits on deck. 1 away, runners on the corners. Ruffin out of the stretch at the pitch. That's fouled away. Hollins leads the team in the early going in RBIs with 8. Hitting at .440 on the season. And the Phillies hoping to bury the Rockies.
Like their logo is buried.
Like their logo. 0-2 pitch. Line drive, hooking, foul into the picnic area on the left side.
Ruffin is really established inside. He just broke Dave Hollins' bat. He probably has a chance to go away from him in this at bat if he wants to, because he really must Hollins aware of the pitch in. That hard breaking ball that he's been throwing in on his hands. He's given himself some room away from him right now.
Willie Blair is starting to throw in the Colorado bullpen as Bruce Ruffin stays ahead of the count 0-2. Dykstra on third, Kruk on first. The pitch in the dirt, stopped by Girardi.
And he stays in there with that hard breaking ball. See what Girardi sets up on this pitch. They must be determined that they're going to come inside on Hollins this whole at bat, because they have stayed there. There's Willie Blair, who was, it's a miracle he didn't get a broken leg last week when Jordan hit that line drive off his leg.
Right now it's up to Bruce Ruffin and Dave Hollins. Here's the 1-2. That's hit well to left field. Back goes Howard Johnson. He'll have a play, but the Phillies will also take the lead as Lenny Dykstra cruises home. It's now a 7-6 ball game.
Real good at bat by Hollins as they continue to pound him inside, and he's got the bat head out there and hit the line drive to left field. You see another ball in on him, and he really gets the bat head out quickly and lines it to left. And Dykstra will score easily. The Dykstra gets that walk and scores a go-ahead run. That's what he does.
Setting the table. Here's Darren Dalton taking a pitch inside for a ball, 1-0.
Been a weird game though, Todd. You never feel like this baby's over.
This game in Colorado or Philadelphia?
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Pitch is high and inside for a ball, 2-0.
The only difference is there's only one homer.
Coming from the man at the plate now. Any fears that people may have had about Darren Daulton's spring training home run totals have quickly been alleviated. 3 home runs, 7 games into the season.
You know, they have to write things and talk about things in spring training, but it's also meaningless.
Right. As Lenny Dykstra and Darren Daulton have proven. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Good slider, 2-1. Dalton's 2 for 3. In addition to his 3-run home run, he has a single. And he is flied to center field.
The only thing that matters in spring training is the sun's out.
Which it was a lot this spring.
A lot.
There's a guy who's almost in his own spring training right now. 4th game. All he does is knock 3 balls into the outfield for base hits. 3-1 to his buddy Darren Daulton.
See if Ruffin goes 3-1 breaking ball to Daulton here. You wouldn't think he would give in with a fastball. He has another left-handed hitter, Eisenreich, on deck.
He did, and he popped it up foul. Joe Girardi gives it a look right near the screen, and he made the catch. Fine play by Joe Girardi, finding the screen and making the catch. That'll do it for the Phils, but they take the lead in the 7th. We head to the 8th with the score, Phils 7, Colorado 6.
Aunt Carmela's gonna love you.
I hope she loves my cooking. I'm here.
Aunt Carmela, this is Susan.
It smells like you've been cooking all day. Now, I'm not one to give advice, but why cook all day for great Italian? Use Cento. They make everything you need for great Italian. Where can I put these?
Anywhere there's room.
What a lovely girl.
Cento, quality products for quick and delicious Italian.
For years, the people of New England had a secret. A secret that guarded them from the harsh weather. A secret that protected their wooden vessels from the raging storms. And what they used to protect their wood, you can use to protect yours. Wood preservatives, stains, clears. Cuprinol, we promise the best.
It's the first business person special of the season. Compliments of Mellon PSFS. Tuesday, April 19th at 1:05 when the Phillies demolish, demoralize, and dismantle the Dodgers. Midweek, midday, April fun of the sun. Call 463-1000.
The freshest potatoes. Pure filtered vegetable oil. Hers, it's the way they're made.
Phillies Baseball on Prism is brought to you by Dodge, a winning team, the championship Phillies, and the award-winning lineup of new cars and trucks at your local Dodge dealer. By Pico Energy. There's a new kind of energy around here, Pico Energy. And by RCA, home, theater, TV, RCA changing entertainment again.
We're back with you on Thursday night. There you see the first pitch for the pregame. It's our Phillies first pitch pregame show starting at 7. Game time is 7:30. These Philadelphia Phillies and the Colorado Rockies do battle again on Thursday night. 3-game series with the Phils and the Rocks. Off day tomorrow.
Mike Swanson just stopped in here, Todd, as we look at the score of the ballgame heading to the top of the 8th. He's the public relations director for the Rockies, and says this is the largest road crowd the Rockies ever played in front of. It's the largest road crowd prior to that had been here at the Vet last year.
How about that?
Now, it's not the largest crowd they've ever played before because they can really pack them in at Mile High. They can draw over 70 in that place.
Here's John Vanderwall. He'll pinch hit for Bruce Ruffin. Thursday's game pitchers, by the way, are scheduled to be David Need and Kurt Schilling. As Vanderwall pinch hits for Bruce Ruffin. Called strike, 0-1. Vanderwall picked up late in the spring, right before the season started, by the Colorado Rockies from the Montreal Expos for a player to be named later. Here's the 0-1 pitch outside for a ball. 1-1. Actually, it was Vanderwall and a player to be named later in exchange for cash considerations from the Rockies to the Expos. Last day of March, that transaction. Vanderwall, good pinch hitter, also plays first base and outfield. The 1-1 pitch is hit in the air, a semi-line drive. Mariano Duncan makes a nice short hop play, and there's one away. Willie Blair had been throwing last inning. Now the Rockies have a left-hander up in the bullpen. Here you take a look at that last play.
Hits it off the end of the bat a little bit, and as a result, it's got some top spin on it. It's on its way down right away, and Duncan has to play that little in-between hop and then throw out the pinch hitter Vanderwall, who was pretty tough out too. He hit a double off the wall at Colorado last week.
Here's Walt Weiss, a switch hitter. He is 1 for 4. He squares to bunt, takes it on the outside corner. 0-1. Roger Mason in his first full inning of work got out of a bases loaded 2-out situation in the 7th. The pitch is a called strike. 0-2, and there is the Rockies' next pitcher, Mike Munoz, who's loosening up, getting ready to work the 8th. We're in the top half of the 8th. Phillies lead the Rockies 7-6. 0-2 pitch. Fastball drilled down the right field line. Foul as it hooks into the crowd. Nice catch by the left-hander out there in the right field corner. And high fives all around on this home opener.
Guy brought his picker, and he's glad he did.
A replay of a fan's catch. How about that? That was a nice snag. Leaping towards his right.
Right now somebody said, honey, that's you.
0-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Good breaking ball. That's 2 strikeouts for Mason. 2 away quickly here in the 8th, and that'll bring up Joe Girardi.
You know, the master plan probably is for Mason to get through this inning and then use Jones in the 9th, so we'll see. This is a breaking ball from Roger Mason. Took a lot off this one. Oh, that might have been his fork ball. That thing really went down.
Here's Joe Girardi. Misses low for a ball, 1-0.
He's been on 3 times, as usual. Only time they got him out today was when he sacrificed.
That's right. He's 1 for 3. But he's reached base 3 times, twice on errors. One by Kevin Stocker that led to a run. Once by Dave Hollins that led to a run. Girardi, one of the few catchers that bats in the number 2 position in the lineup.
Over the years, Mike Scioscia did it. Tim McCarver did it. John Stearns was normally a catcher that could handle the bat pretty well and even run a little bit in the case of, say, a McCarver or Stearns, not necessarily Girardi or Scioscia.
Things got so bad for the Mets and Dallas Green last year, he tried Charlie O'Brien.
Remember that.
In the number 2 spot.
Against left-handers.
3-0 pitches right down the middle. It's 3-1.
Yeah, and Charlie O'Brien can barely hit 8th.
And doesn't run.
Yeah.
3-1 the count to Joe Girardi. Here's the pitch. Guess who's on base again?
It's unbelievable, I'm telling you. The guy is always on base against the Phillies in all different ways, as he's shown again today.
He has 1 hit. He's been on base 4 times. By the way, we talked a little bit earlier about Tommy Green. He's going to miss his 1 turn in the rotation, I guess, right? And the Phillies.
Right. Well, I'll tell you what they had done. They had scratched him from Wednesday as we look at the bullpen, nobody up, and then they had penciled him in for Friday. So we'll see.
And really, with the off day, nobody goes on short notice anyhow, since tomorrow is an off day. Here's Dante Bichette. 2 doubles today. He had 43 of them last year. Up high for a ball, 1-0.
Phillies outfielders are all very, very deep right now. Plus Hollins is guarding the line. You want to prevent against any kind of extra base hit. See how deep the outfielders are, and Hollins guarding the line at 3rd.
They are very deep. Bichette can hit the ball a long way. Roger Mason trying to prevent that. There's a swing and a miss.
Yeah, he wouldn't swing and single there. That was a fire the hip out, try and hit it out of the ballpark swing by Dante Bichette, who can do that.
Looking to give his team the lead. Right now the Rockies trail 7-6. We're in the top half of the 8th inning. Joe Girardi on first base. There he is with 2 away. One misses inside. It's 2-1.
He wants to stay away from there. You don't want to come middle into Dante Bichette in this situation. Even though he hits a lot of balls the other way, he might be looking to turn on one right now.
Bichette had big numbers last year. 310, 21 homers, 89 RBIs, 93 runs scored. 2-1 pitch to him. There's a long drive to left field, and the Rockies have the lead. 8-7 Rockies on a 2-run home run by Dante Bichette. And that's exactly what you just said.
Well, it was tough to tell from the home plate angle where that was, but I think it was middle in. And that's where we just talked about that you want to stay away from in that spot to a guy like him.
The applause you hear is because the fans here in Philadelphia trying to mimic the Cubs fans by throwing the baseball back.
Yep. Dalton slides in, and the pitch does not get far enough in. And see, he was looking to pull one.
Talked about his swing the last pitch. That was almost a repeat, except for this time he connected. Dante Bichette's off to a great start this year. Here's another guy off to a great start, Andres Galarraga. Bichette now has 11 RBIs, which leads the National League. Second is the guy at the plate with 10 RBIs. Both are hitting around the 500 mark. Galarraga is actually at 423 now, but Bichette with a 3-for-5 day, coming in batting .476. So he'll go above the 500 mark. What a start. Great acquisition on expansion day. Draft day, the 1-1 pitch misses. It's 2-1. He wasn't actually drafted by the Rockies. They drafted Kevin Reimer and then traded Dante Bichette that day.
Well, disastrous inning because you have 2 outs and nobody on base and walked that Joe Girardi. 4 runs scored today for Girardi.
There's a swing and a miss. 2-2. He's 1 for 3 with 4 runs scored. There he is. Well, Bichette now is 13 for 26, so he's in exactly 500. Here's a foul back over the screen. So all of a sudden this game, which the Rockies started out with the lead, the Phillies gained a 3-1 lead. The game was tied. The Rockies took the lead. Phillies got the lead back. Rockies tied it. Phillies got the lead back. Now the Rockies have the lead once again. Typical Phillies-Rockies baseball. This time at the Vet, we saw this scenario at Mile High a week ago. Here's a pop fly foul. Keep the count at 2-2 on the big cat Andres Galarraga, who's 1 for 4 with an RBI double in the first. You don't see many zeros on the board in Rockies-Phillies games after the 6th inning.
No, these 2 teams pound each other.
2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3, but the damage has already been done with a 2-run home run by Dante Bichette. Rockies take the lead on that 2-run shot. We head to the bottom half of the 8th inning. It's Colorado 8, Phil's 7.
It's the dawn of a new generation. The new generation of clean gasoline. A breakthrough in technology from Texaco that can clean up over time what came before. An advanced system of engine cleaning in every octane grade for the highest performance, lower emissions, and improved mileage. Texaco introduces the gasoline that's changing what gasoline can do. New Clean System 3. Give us 60 days and watch what can happen.
Lean on me when you're not strong, and I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on, for it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on.
Lean on number 1, Independence Blue Cross and Pennsylvania Blue Shield.
Before we get started, a couple things I'd like to go over in the budget.
Mr. President.
Yes?
I'm gonna kill him. You can't kill a president. He's not a president. He's an ordinary person. I can kill an ordinary person. In a country where anybody can become president. Anybody just do it. Kevin Klein. Sigourney Weaver.
You make a nice president, Dave.
Dave.
Okay, let's get back to work.
Whoa!
Here's the scoreboards brought to you by Budweiser. First of all, the National League slate. A couple of games tonight. The only other afternoon action is the Shea Stadium home opener, and the Cubs are trying to spoil that with a 4-run lead as they head to the 8th inning. Former Met Randy Myers may be called upon eventually in that ball game. The American League scoreboard, one final already in from Tiger Stadium. There you see the Orioles defeating Detroit. No score in California. Toronto jumps out big against Oakland. John Olerud with a solo home run in that ball game. Raining down in Texas, and later on tonight, Boston and Kansas City, Minnesota and Seattle. Another left-hander in there for the Rockies. This will be Mike Munoz. Munoz takes over for Bruce Ruffin, who now stands to be the winning pitcher if the Rockies can hold on to the lead. Munoz from the Tigers, originally part of the Los Angeles Dodgers organization, used primarily to get left-handers out with the Tigers. And last year, after refusing an outright to the minor leagues with Detroit, signed with the Colorado Rockies.
What you run into in a game like this is emotion. You know, you can only have so many emotional highs, Ty, where you go ahead, and then keep giving it back. And that's what's happened again here.
Here's the next pitch. It's fouled off the plate, 0-2. Eisenreich on the day is 1 for 3. He singled home a run in the first inning. There you see what Jimmy has done. One of the many Phillies who received their National League championship rings in the pregame ceremonies, talking about the emotional roller coaster the Phils have been on today. Here's a chopper. Walt Weiss picks it up on 2 hops and makes the play, and there's 1 away. That'll bring up Milt Thompson. Thompson has doubled in 3 at-bats.
That's the guy they close with, Darren Holmes. So they're trying to get through the 8th inning now and go to their closer the way the Phillies were just doing, but it didn't work for the Phillies.
Pitch is low for a ball, 1-0. There's the opposing closer. Seven ball game. Bottom half of the 8th. 1-0 pitch, fisted foul. Charlie Hayes will have a play. That's 2 down. Munoz can get inside on those left-handers, and he has done so. Getting Jim Eisenreich to ground out. Now he gets Milt Thompson in on the hands, and Kevin Stocker will be the batter. Munoz last year with Colorado, 2-1 with a 4.50 ERA. Kevin Stocker can keep the inning alive. The big man Pete Incavillo looms on deck. Here's a pitch to Stocker, low for a ball, 1-0. Munoz pitched 2 years in the National League before last year with the Dodgers in '89 and '90 in limited action, and 3 seasons in Detroit. 1-0 pitch is a called strike, 1-1. In his last 8 games with the Tigers, all at the beginning of the '93 season, he pitched a total of 3 innings. Talk about situational pitching. Sparky Anderson using him for 3 innings and 8 appearances. Probably one of the reasons he refused the outright to the minors, figuring he was only going to see a lefty at a time the rest of the way. There's the guy, Roger Mason, who would stand to be the loser unless the score changes again. And it's only changed about a half dozen times today, so that's a good possibility. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Outside for a ball, 2-2.
Something the Phillies have to get some kind of spark. Get a base hit. Rockies make a mistake here and get going again. As I mentioned, you can only have that happen to you so many times in a game, and it just takes the air out of the balloon.
The other thing, if Stocker gets on, not only do you give Pete Incavillo a chance to put you ahead, but at worst, Lenny Dykstra could start off the ninth. 2-2 pitch is loop foul, right field side. That'll find the seats. It stays 2-2 on Kevin Stocker.
It's tough to manage with Don Baylor right now because of all the problems he's had with his bullpen, but you could conceivably even get Holmes into the game if you were to bring Incavillo up, because the Phillies only have Morandini left-handed from the bench.
Holmes has been loosening up this inning, so he's probably ready if they need him. Right now, the 2-2 pitch to Stocker stays alive by ripping one foul on the right field side. Mike Harkey and Danny Jackson were the starters in this ball game, and like their first matchup in Colorado, neither will factor into the decision. Jackson lasting 6 innings, allowing 5 runs, 3 of them earned. Harkey last 5 2/3, allowing 6 runs, all earned, including a 3-run home run by Darren Dalton. But the Rockies have regained the lead. It's now 8-7. The pitch is again foul. This one off the top of the screen. It stays 2-2. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and once again Stocker making Munoz throw a lot of pitches at 2-2. That's the 4th straight foul ball at that count.
Munoz continues to throw strikes or borderline strikes with 2 on him. Stocker has to keep protecting that outside part of the plate.
Lights are on here, by the way, at the vet, as the sun, which was shining brightly, has disappeared. See the lights for the 24th season at Veterans Stadium. Long fly ball to left center field. Johnson back, Burks back, off the wall. Kevin Stocker rolls into second with a double, and he was about 3 feet away from tying this game.
Stocker, Todd, has never hit a home run right-handed in the major leagues. He has 2 homers, are both left-handed, and he picked one of the deepest part of the ballparks, but it looked like he had one here, the way this jumped. Ball came into him after staying away so much, and right there it is off.
Top of the pad.
Yeah, right off the padding there. Now Don Baylor is not going to let Munoz, the left-hander, pitch to Pete Incaviglia. He appears like he might be thinking about a double change. Nope, he's going straight to the mound.
So Kevin Stocker just misses tying the game. Now Pete Incaviglia is announced. That's what Don Baylor was waiting for. And now he makes the call to his closer, who struggled in Colorado against the Phillies, and that is Darren Holmes.
He did. I think he is going to make a double change. That's what it looked like he was thinking about, but we'll see. Charlie Hayes might just be.
Well, Charlie Hayes is leading off the next inning.
Yeah.
So if
I didn't think he's going to go.
But coming in is Darren Holmes, who really struggled against the Phillies in the first 3 games of the season. Right now, we'll take a break. When we come back, there you see the score, bottom of the 8th inning.
Retirement? I'm too young to be worried about retiring.
I'm set. I've been socking away a little of my paycheck every month.
The same company for almost 20 years. They'll take care of me.
You bet I got my nest egg covered.
In these uncertain financial times, turn to Nationwide Financial Services for a wide range of investment alternatives, most of which are tax advantaged. Because someday soon, the quality of your life may depend on the quality of your investments.
For years, the people of New England had a secret. A secret that guarded them from the harsh weather. A secret that protected their wooden vessels from the raging storms. And what they use to protect their wood, you can use to protect yours. Wood preservatives, stains, clears. Cuprinol, we promise the best.
Charlie Hayes just getting a finger repaired there, a little bit of a cut on his hand. When you have a pitching change, it allows you the freedom to make any kind of manicure stops that you need, and he gets that finger bandage on his throwing hand. There you see the tying run, Kevin Stocker, the new pitcher for the Colorado Rockies, as you see members of Lambda Chi Alpha fraternity. Apparently Kevin Stocker was a brother there. Here is Darren Holmes. There you see his ERA on the season, thanks in a large part to the Phillies, who in 2 appearances, 1 total inning, rocked him for 7 earned runs on 4 hits, 5 walks. He blew 2 saves in the first 2 games of the season, and he actually got a warmer reception from the Phillies fans than I think he did out in Colorado the past week.
This guy has some ability. He started off really poorly for them last year and then came on and had a pretty good season, and then has gotten off to that shaky start that Todd just mentioned.
It was almost a repeat performance. Last April, he had an 18.56 ERA in the month of April, was sent to Colorado Springs early on in May. Came all the way back from that ERA to post a total of 4.05. Last 2 months, he was right around the 1.5 mark, and he'll deal with Pete Incaviglia, who represents the go-ahead run. There's the tying run on second. Holmes against Incaviglia. 8-7 Rockies. Bottom half of the 8th, 2 away. Crowd senses the urgency with 4 outs remaining in this game. Here's a ground ball, 2 hops, Hayes gloves. With a bandaged finger, he throws in time to get Incaviglia, and that'll do it for the Phils here in the 8th. So, Darren Holmes gets the job done. He'll still have 3 outs to go as we head to the 9th. It's Colorado 8, Philadelphia 7 on Prism.
Don't you have anything to fit me?
No offense, Mr. Jones, but you are a little on the small side.
I need more choices.
Harry, give me those genuine yellow pages. Look, choices. Italian, Greek, Chinese. You want more?
Those are restaurants.
That's right. You put some meat on those bones and come back and see us.
9 out of 10 use it.
Mexican, barbecue.
The genuine Bell Atlantic yellow pages.
How about a smorgasbord?
In 1993, something special happened between a town and a team. The team fired the passions of a town. The town took the team to its heart, and hundreds of thousands rediscovered the joys of baseball. The most convenient, most hassle-free way to get more in '94 is with full or part season tickets. 11 different plans featuring the popular 16-game plan for just $192. Call 463-5000.
Coming up April 16th, great Phillies baseball, great fun, plus photo balls featuring various different Phillies players for all children 14 and under. It's exciting. A new keepsake for all young fans, complement of Burger King. The best and easiest way to reserve your tickets is to do so early by calling 463-1000 or by stopping by any one of the many local Ticketmaster outlets. That's April 16th versus the Reds, photo ball day. 8-7 ball game. We head to the 9th inning. The Phillies have a new pitcher on for Roger Mason, and he is Doug Jones, assuming the closer's role for the Phillies in 1994. A far different look for the Phillies fans from their closer of last year. Going from 78 RPM to 33.
Yeah, in a lot of ways.
Jones will throw a lot slower, but he'll also throw a lot more strikes. And there's one to Charlie Hayes. He fouls one out of play, 0-1. Jones picked up a save in his first Phillies outing. In his last outing, he allowed a home run to Hal Morris, which proved to be a beneficial run for the Reds as an insurance run in their 2-1 victory.
You really need to keep this game to 1 run. That's what Jones's job is right now. It's a big difference when you're at home going into the bottom of the ninth trailing by 1 run, because then you can bunt for a tie and then go into extra innings. Hope you have an advantage with that last at bat.
A little different role also, speaking of closers, for Doug Jones than Mitch Williams. Trailing by 1 run, Jones sees action.
Right, well, they would never use Mitch in this situation because they didn't want to use him 2 innings if they could avoid it.
Tough play by Duncan. He makes it to get Charlie Hayes. There's a fine play by Mariano Duncan. Charlie Hayes is 0 for 4 now on the day. We'll take a look at it again.
Charlie Hayes is really scuffling for hits, and I guess he figured he had one here. Cut fastball away past Doug Jones, and good play by Duncan.
Hayes now 2 for 27 on the year, and that's what happens when you're 2 for 27.
Clark's still wearing those glasses.
Here's Ellis Burks. The pitch to him is inside for a ball, 1-0.
A pretty good stretch down there. Jones, of course, just throws a lot of change-ups, throws at all different speeds, and will throw a fastball and a cut fastball.
Here's the 1-0 pitch. It's sent in the air down the right field line. Pretty well hit, but drifting foul into the stands. Burks is off to a nice start in his first 6 games as a National Leaguer. .455 is his average. Former Red Sox, 1 year with the White Sox. Now with the Colorado Rockies. The 1-1 pitch from Jones. Rides high and outside for a ball, 2-1. He probably does throw as many changeups as any pitcher there is.
And you know, with this team, Todd, he threw a lot more fastballs last week, and he said that this team hurt him a lot last year on changeups. So he changed his approach. There's a changeup. And he had a good outing against them last week at Denver.
These guys have probably faced each other when Jones was in the American League with Cleveland. Ellis Burks with the Red Sox at the time. Here's a ground ball foul towards the Rockies dugout. It's 8-7 Rockies. Phillies have had a couple of 3-run innings in the first and the sixth. Colorado has posted runs in 5 of the 8 frames thus far, including 2 runs in the third, 2 runs in the sixth, and the killer blow, a 2-run home run by Dante Bichette to give them the lead. Here's a play for Kevin Stocker, bobbled, regains composure, and gets Ellis Burks for the second out. Nice job by Stocker not to panic on that ground ball. Once he bobbled it, there's 2 away, nobody on. Here's Howard Johnson. In the 8th inning, there were 2 outs and nobody on. When Joe Girardi drew a walk from Roger Mason, and a 2-1 pitch to Dante Bichette was where he liked it, and he sent it over the left field wall for a 2-run home run. Bichette has 3 RBIs and 8 total bases on the day, with a couple of doubles and a home run. Here's Howard Johnson. He swings through that changeup, nothing in 1.
And Jones can really make a hitter look bad on that changeup if they don't see it out of his hand.
Howard Johnson is 1 for 3 with a walk. His first hit as a Rocky, knocked in a run in the 6th inning. Here's the 0-1 pitch. 2 for 2.
Well, you wouldn't think that Doug Jones would throw Howard Johnson a fastball. I mean, guys that throw hard don't throw Howard Johnson fastballs.
Howard's got to turn it down a notch. He is way out in front of Doug Jones right now. There's one of the new Rockies for 94. Happy to have his first hit under his belt after an 0 for 15 start. 3 for 3. And Jones does exactly what is asked of him. He keeps this to a 1-run game with Lenny Dykstra leading off in the bottom half of the 9th.
While a lot of well-known tractor makers are working hard to
make it cheaper. Yes, Chief.
Cub Cadet took a different approach for our new Series 2000 line. We didn't.
Use cheaper parts. Yes, Chief.
Instead, we built our tractors with shaft drive and over 50 new features in all 7 models for a well-engineered machine well within your budget. Cub Cadet didn't make a good tractor cheaper.
Now that's cheap. Yes, Chief.
We made the tractor better.
Think I'll buy it. Yes, Chief. Chief.
The Series 2000 line from Cub Cadet.
The RCA Home Theater comes with a new optimum contrast screen for blacker blacks, brilliant whites, and a picture so clear and bright you'll feel like you're really there.
RCA Home Theater products available at all American appliance stores throughout Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware.
Baseball is back. And you can play it anytime, any place. Introducing Doubleheader from the Pennsylvania Lottery. Just scratch off 9 innings, beat the other team's score, and win up to 1,000 instantly. Best of all, you get 2 games for the price of 1. Doubleheader from the Pennsylvania Lottery.
Bottom half of the 9th inning. 19 hits in the ballgame. Colorado with an 8-7 lead. 3 of those 8 runs, unearned runs. The Rockies bringing in new left fielder. Mike Kingery will take over for Howard Johnson in left field. And the Phils came back all 3 games against Colorado at Mile High Stadium, including a 4-run 9th inning rally in Game 2 of the season that was started with 1 out by the guy striding to the plate. I don't know if you'd name another player right now, Wheels, that you'd rather have up there than Lenny Dykstra in a 1-run game to start an inning.
Well, you know he has an approach right now figured out. Sometimes you'll even see him hack at the first pitch in this kind of a game. Depending on who the pitcher is, more than likely he tries to walk.
Aaron Holmes trying to close the door on the Phils. The first pitch is low for a ball, 1-0. Dykstra drew a 4-pitch walk from Bruce Ruffin his last time up. 0 for 3 on the day. Phillies trying to win their home opener for the first time in 3 years. Sellout crowd. 1-0 pitch. There's a strike. 1-1.
Darren Holmes is a hard baller. Sinker, slider. And when you talk to the Rockies people, they say he has a closer's make, a tough guy on the mound, and the guy wants the ball. But he's just inexperienced.
Out of the stretch, 1-1 pitch in the dirt. 2 balls and a strike. Talked a lot about pitching in Mile High Stadium, and Darren Holmes is one of those that can attest to that. He had a ERA on the road last year of 2.10. At home, 5.65. Always out of the stretch. 2-1 pitch, foul out of play. He evens the count with Dykstra 2-2.
The Rockies outfielders are very, very deep right now, too, much as the Phillies were a couple innings ago. They want to try and cut off anything in the outfield and prevent an extra base hit.
There you see the outfield alignment on Len Dykstra. Ball slipped out of his hands on the breaking ball. It's now full.
2-2 breaking ball. Pretty good confidence in your slider. They say if you throw a 2-2, you should throw a 3-2, but you don't think they'll throw one here.
Phil's trailed by a run, bottom half of the ninth. Dykstra trying to get things started. High ball 4, and Lenny Dykstra draws a walk. What else would you expect but Lenny D on base to start this bottom half of the ninth inning?
I think in this case you might see Duncan bunt because you have a right-handed pitcher with a left-handed batting truck on deck. We'll see. Last time up it was the opposite situation.
And only 3 outs to play with this time as opposed to 9 in the 7th inning. We will see what happens. Darren Holmes trying to close the door on the Phillies, but Len Dykstra leads off with a walk. Duncan squares a throw to first. Holmes had a huge second half after the All-Star break. 17 of his 25 saves. He was 3-0. Around a bunt, bunts it foul. Joe Girardi bare hands in foul territory. 0-1. There's third base coach Larry Boa going over the signs with Mariano Duncan. There's the tie score in the form of Len Dykstra, and there's the man trying to get him 90 feet closer. Duncan robbed on a nice play by Walt Weiss. He's 1 for 4 today with a run score. It's taken for a ball, 1-1.
How close Charlie Hayes was then to Mariano Duncan. Now Boa's going to go through the signs again, see if they take it off. In this situation, you really want him to bunt to the first baseman, if at all possible, as close as Charlie Hayes is to him.
First base side, right down the line. Great bunt by Duncan. He gets the job done. Dykstra to second with 1 away. And what a better story could develop than if John Kruk went 4 for 5, including tying this game up. The fans rise to their feet.
Good job by Duncan doing what he has to do, and that's make Galarraga field the baseball so that he can advance Dykstra to second.
This has already been an unbelievable story. There you see the signs for number 29. It's been well documented. His return from testicular cancer. 2 more days of radiation treatment after today. In his first game back, he's 3 for 4. Called strike. 0-1 on a breaking ball. The crowd gave him a standing ovation coming to the plate, and well deserved.
He's had a few of them today.
Now he's trying to tie the game with a single. Dykstra on second. 1 out, bottom of the ninth. Pitches high and inside for a ball, 1-1.
Those outfielders are really deep, too. If he can get a single, John Kruk can get a single to the outfield, he will tie this game.
There you see how deep they are. Only about 20 feet, maybe 30, separating the outfielders from a warning track. Out of the stretch by Holmes. Swing and a miss and a low and inside slider, maybe a fastball. It's 1-2. Holmes, an unusual delivery, and that he breaks his hand from his glove as soon as he goes into his motion. There you see Kruk down in the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Big curveball called, 3rd strike, and that was an outstanding curve.
Yeah, that's a locker, as the players call them. That locked everything then. Good breaking ball by Darren Holmes and absolutely freezes Kruk. Ball starts out away from him, up and right down into the strike zone.
4th game back for John Kruk. That's a tough pitch in the 100th game of the season. Very tough to hit from Darren Holmes. And now Dave Hollins is the Phil's last hope. 2 outs, Dykstra at 2nd. There's another curve, catches the knees. A strike, 0-1. Good curveball.